Cindy, are you ready? Okay, great. Okay, welcome to the meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is December 16th, 2025, and we're meeting at the district office located at 9361 South 300 East. The first item on the agenda is the Entrada logo and mascot update. And Mark Matias, did I say that right? Oh, good. He is the Adult Education Program Manager for Entrada High School, and he will present this to us.
Thanks for your time. I got some, you guys want to pass those down. Those are just the suite of images that Jeff made, which he deserves all the credit. He made some really awesome logos. Just really quick, because I know you guys have a lot of, this is actually a pretty busy agenda for you guys today, so I'll be really quick. We actually were wanting to do a mascot right before COVID. We didn't know COVID was going to happen, and COVID killed it. And I've been wanting to make sure to try to do something to unite our students. If you guys know about our students, a sense of belonging is huge for them. And I really want them to feel like they have an authentic school experience. And the fact that we've never had a mascot, you know. And also, if you see our logo, I think Jeff's the one that ruined it for me, but he said, oh, the coffee cup stain logo. And so ever since he said that, I'm like, I don't want to be a coffee cup stain. So anyways, we talked about it, and we got all the stakeholders involved. We surveyed 1 million people. If I ever write a book about education, one of the chapters will be, so you think a mascot's going to be fun? You know, so everyone has their own idea. It's hard to get everyone to come together to see other ideas. But after many meetings, many surveys, I'm going to give credit to our front desk person. Her name is Shauna Burke, and she came up with the idea of navigators. We had a lot of things like animal mascots and things like that, and I just thought, you know, that's the kid stuff. And I know colleges have that, but I wanted to feel different. I wanted adults or older teens to feel like they were going to a serious place for adult learning. And then when we finally finished up with Jeff, Karen Peterson was a lot of help, and Tom Sherwood. And there's our logo. And I'm sorry I'm in a t-shirt at the board meeting today, but I wanted to show off our brand new logo, and this is all we have so far. And then here's a few other, like there's some two-tone. The idea of having maps and compasses and that kind of stuff. Now, when someone asks me, what does a navigator look like? I don't have an answer for that yet, but I was talking with some students yesterday, and we actually decided that every culture has navigators in it. There's some explorer in every culture, so with our school being one of the more diverse schools, I think, in the district, I think that we can leverage that to some fun stuff later, Jeff. So, and, you know, it was really hard to come up with this, to get something that made sense for our population. And this is my 18th year doing adult education, and I can tell you that as many people as I've talked to, there are no two paths that are the same. And all these students are just trying to find their way. So Navigator really rung true to me, not just for the students themselves finding their way, but we're almost like the Navigator also helping them to find their way to success. So that's what I have for you. I don't know if, one thing we are still working on is developing a motto. So if any of you guys have some great ideas for mottos, there's some at the back end of the thing I handed out to you. So if you have any ideas for that, let me know.
Okay, great. Thank you. Board, do you have any questions or any comments? Oh yeah, Mr. Edom.
I think this is fantastic. Great job.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Anyone else want to say anything?
Oh, and blue and green
I
are.
just keep thinking of Moana, you know, like, there's a lot, you're right, there are a lot of different, like, cultural examples of navigators and explorers. I think it's a really cool idea.
And we chose blue and green despite the accusations that another team might have had blue and green colors.
His favorite team.
We really wanted.
I told him silver and black. I don't know why.
By the way,
How did that go?
I was bought into the silver and black too, but what we wanted to do were blue and green are very calming colors, and if we're going to do some accent, I mean, we have enough students that are kind of amped up as it is, so I wanted to make sure when they came in they had some really calming things.
Thank you. I'm really excited about it too. I think it's awesome. I love this. Really great job. And I know Karen was very excited about it and was working. Hey, thanks for being here.
All right, thank you guys.
So the next item B, is the Canyons Innovation Center update, and Reed Mooney, Director of the Canyons Innovation Center, will be presenting this. And we are super excited to hear about this. We've been waiting for a while.
Great, thank you.
Holly, can you mute yourself? Okay, go ahead. Sorry, Reed.
No, you're fine. Appreciate the intro and the opportunity. Board, great to be here tonight. I want to first recognize Principal Hallenbeck, his assistant, actually, she's the CT coordinator, Emily Brown, Kirsten, Mandy, Justin. Where's Justin? Justin and I started, and Mandy early this morning. And these guys have just been so integral in part of the team, kind of day to day almost. Really appreciate all of their work. You know, it's been kind of all hands on deck, but Doug and Emily in particular are running a school and trying to plan for a new center, and they're doing a great job, so we appreciate all the work that they're doing. Who's driving? Leon? Cindy, are you driving? All right, thank you. Great. Just start out with the timeline. Right now, we're right here of the first bid package going in, transitioning to right here, and then starting construction, looking to start construction 1st of January. If approval's made and so forth with the bid package. I really appreciate MHTN and the work they've done, and again, all of the district personnel. It's been, it continues to be a long road, but it's enjoyable, and we're moving along, and appreciate all the work that's happened there. Just to give you an idea of the campus footprint, I've tried to kind of update the board, and so some of this will be repetitive in terms of, we've tried to send out that update through Kirsten. Really appreciate her work on that, and Mandy in terms of refinement. But so some of this will be a little bit repetitive, but this is what the campus is shaping up to look like. Tonight, again, the board package and the bid package is right here, the trades building. These, of course, are existing buildings, and then MHTN's filled in some campus look to that. You know, just to give you perspective, this is where we meet generally, the conference room right there, and that's a 3-story building. Really like the look of the campus. They're working at developing a courtyard. You know, it's such a big space that we want to try to use it all in terms of getting students to take advantage of everything that's there. These are the STEM Action Center will be right in this corner. In fact, we'll just go to it right here. That's right here, STEM Action Center. This will be the, for lack of a better term, makerspace, engineering drone prototype area going down here, kind of starting with a dirty area, which we call it kind of laser cutting panel saw. That'll be a conjunctive space with the STEM Action Center. Really appreciate Dan and his group getting the MOU finalized with them. They're going to participate in equipment costs, and we've got a really good pathway mapped out with Tammy Getson, the director. This will be the classroom space for engineering drones, kind of a drone field in between here that we can keep stationary. Again, partnership with the STEM Action Center will have access to that, as well as all of our students. Office space here. Then we'll move over into this area. This is what we call the partner pavilion. We'll use that space to accommodate our university partners. Deloitte has, we've brought them in on our advisory group. They have been working with McKay and the principals development, most of our principals. Have you guys been to Deloitte? Yeah, so you know what we're talking about. Lawrence and Jim Quigley have been. So this space will be to facilitate partners working with our students. And then this will be the large meeting area here, inquiry lounge with our students here. Every time I go to CTEC, I mention this when I give all of our business partners a tour. It hurts my heart to see all these kids sitting in their cars in between sessions. This is going to be a real nice collaborative space. Again, our partners can use that, but really a good bumping collision space with our students. So we're looking forward to that. Second floor, this will be our big medical area, CNA classroom, lab space here, pharmacy tech, pharmacy lab here, medical assisting will be here. We're going to use some existing space for the simulation rooms with doctors' offices to facilitate the profession-based training with our students. EMT, that group will be here. Our medical forensics, they'll also have a scenario room. One of the things that is very difficult currently at CTEC is they have to take down, set up, use space that doesn't facilitate authentic experience with the students, particularly with medical forensics and criminal justice. And then moving down, this will be the pre-physical therapy lab space here, physical therapy classroom. Move over to, we're going to have reserve one classroom for a university space. SLIC is our cooperating partner, our first right of refusal partner. They are very interested in helping facilitate concurrent enrollment classes. You know, if we, for instance, want to offer an English 2010, they'll send over an instructor. We can place them here in this classroom. Or UVU, the U has had several of their vice presidents have gone through the space. So all of them very interested in being partners. This will be the business entrepreneurship classroom space here. And then moving down, actually this will be business entrepreneurship here. Moving down, we have our computer science and cybersecurity, AI, and right now this will serve as another lab space, but we expect to and have really given Doug, Emily, and our instructors, teachers, that we want to double our computer science and cybersecurity population within a couple years, just because that's where the demand is. We have great partnership developing with BD, TI, and other partners, the Bio Utah group, that we feel like we can really create some enthusiasm and really accelerate that space with students. This will be kind of a multimedia area, the auditorium existing, that we're not going to do much with that. It's a great space, but will give us an opportunity for lecture series, a lot of opportunity, again, to use with partners as well as students. Multimedia classroom here, and here animation, and then this will be film studio. CSD TV will relocate to this space, which gives us an immediate industry partner. Again, a profession-based opportunity for our students with what they're doing with CSD TV. And then cosmetology will come into these spaces here. These three classrooms are Cosmo classrooms, and then this will be the salon. Culinary space here. we've had extensive talks with Slick, and their culinary falls under their business department. Trish Gorman's their department head. She's been out to the site, visited. We're working at getting the MOU together with them. They've also committed to financial contribution. We've got to do some remodel to kind of make this a better teaching space, in that we only have one cooktop located about right there. But they've, MHTN has helped us with a consultant and given us some design there. And you'll see that as we move further along in the timeline. This just gives you a perspective on entryway. That going back, the main entrance will be right here on the south side, on the ground floor, right here actually. Students will come in here and the public will come in here, and this gives you just kind of a rendition of where that design will, so that the entry would be kind of over here coming in this way. Again, just to kind of show you going down, looking to the east from the entryway, this would be some of the student spaces in that inquiry lounge area. Again, very amenable to student interaction, as well as we want as much open space as we can get. So that's kind of the physical portion of the update. New programs and curriculum development. One of the things we're working with our current programs at CTEC to develop them out. We want them to take a more profession-based opportunity for our students. We'll introduce Sam here in a minute. But along with that, we're going to add manufacturing, engineering, really build out our media presence. With podcasting and opportunity for students to develop that media influence. So we're trying to work, at several things. One, accelerate again the profession-based influence in our current programs, but then some of these partnerships, again, School Leadership Alliance, that's Jim Quigley and Lawrence, they're working on a student leadership, entrepreneurship curriculum. With our principals, they do the business chemistry, and they've really done some extensive leadership training with principals, and they're taking that and modifying that, and they're going to come back. The superintendent and I have a meeting with them in January. Then, again, the speaker series, we've got Junior Achievement is working on some ideas we talked about 4 or 5 months ago. They've taken to their national group to develop an entrepreneurship certificate. And then we've got Lassonde Ann Bastian, who runs the Lassonde Center up at the U. She's part of our advisory committee, and we've got 6 slots secured for their summer startup program. It's a 2-week residential program. They've given us 5 scholarships. We're going to go to the foundation to supplement that a little bit, because it's a hefty price tag, but they've offered some scholarship for our students, and we hope to build that out. The superintendent's been instrumental in working with that as well. But Ann Bastian has been great to work with on that. Again, CSD TV is a media incubator. Continue to develop that out. They're outstanding. The work that Jeff and Kirsten and Justin have done is going to be really ideal for what we want to do in development of our students. Wonder Media is a group out of LA that I've worked with for about 10 years. It's the guy that runs it. He did the first 65 episodes of The Simpsons and produced Rugrats, The Wild Thornberrys, and he's developed a real nice animation script writing program that we're going to work at developing with some of our middle schools. One of the things that we feel a real impetus to do is to develop our middle school programming. You know, our curriculum with STEM team and our brain blasters. Okay, my boosters. I'm sorry. Sorry.
We like blasters as well.
I still do. We really want to take career and technical education and push it down as far as we can and support that by capitalizing on what they're doing at the elementary schools and then really accelerating that in the middle school. Again, Hill Air Force Base, Garrett Coons is part of their cybersecurity group there. They're on our advisory team. They were working at developing a southern site of what they do at the center. And that's in the initial stages, but very good collaboration with them so far. We're going to start an AI course at CTEC this spring because we wanted to get a jump on that. Doug and Emily have worked really hard at that. And then we've got a concurrent offering. It's AI 2500, AI in organizations that's going to be concurrent, and UVU's partnering with us on that. And then emergency service, medical forensics, medical services, again, we're going to start a program this spring through Weber State's Allied Health Group. They're going to come and teach a course from 4 to 6, Tuesdays and Thursdays at the CTEC, and it's called Medical Scholars. And it's a really broad, we kind of started it, several years ago, and right now Ogden, Davis, and Weber districts are their main partners in it. But we developed it with the idea that it's hard to get medical internship experience. So it really brings the internship to the kids in the classroom. They teach them how to intubate, they teach them how to start IVs, and give them a broad exposure to the medical field. So that's going to be a real nice addition this spring at CTEC in the 4 to 6 slot, Tuesdays and Thursdays. Susan and Denise wrote for a healthcare grant that we're going to help pay for some of that we submitted and got that grant. Really appreciated their work on that. And then Intermountain Healthcare has been outstanding and really Scott Robertson, their CEO, is on our advisory group as well. Skilled trades, we've had some talks with beauty industry group coming in and doing some things with our cosmetology group. Katie was instrumental with England Trucking at getting a brand new truck. Basically, I talked to Blaine, the instructor. I said, Blaine, what do you think of the truck? And he said, oh, it's phenomenal. We could never get something like that. He said the engine alone is worth several thousands, tens of thousands of dollars, and was just so happy with that. So kudos to the board, and that was with Holiday Oil, so great partnership through Susan's group as well there. Anyways, new partnerships, program development, engineering, aviation. We've leaned on Waco Scroggins and the work that they do at Alta currently with Jacobson Innovation. They are very interested in being long-term partners with us. Waco has helped us design the fabrication, the prototype area, and just right down to the placing of the equipment, the electrical specs and so forth. 47G, we just finished a podcast with the superintendent that Kirsten set up with Aaron Starks, their president, and he was trying to work deals right in there. Rick did a great job protecting the district's interests. They're going to be great partners. And then again, Tammy Getz is just extremely excited about the STEM Action Center partnership. That'll really give us a great opportunity. They run K through 8 through there all day long. And so that'll be a regional location for that, which gives us a broad exposure to a great deal of students. Of course, will want priority, and Tammy will help us with that. And then Beckton Dickinson, we talked about that partnership, I think, a little bit. Right now, with Alta, Andy Gilchrist, their plant manager, we had a meeting over there, 100 students, standing room only. They're going to give 4 internships with immediate pay, 3 hours a week. They'll employ them in the summer for $20 an hour. And then if they stay with them a year, they'll pay their school at UVU. So just, they've been outstanding, and they're very excited about growing as we go to the Innovation Center as well. Hospitality, again, we talked about a little bit, Salt Lake Community and the MOU we're working on with them right now. Catalyst grant application, Justin, Kirsten, Doug, Emily, and Mandy, again, our team, they've done a great job with that. We'll probably submit that tomorrow. This is how it breaks out. They ran it for $65 million. 42 million of it is what's called the creation, to create a center. We anticipate and we expect that the state will hold to that, and that helps us because we feel like there's only so many districts or entities that are positioned to say we're actually creating a center and in position to do that. So that's going to be 42 million of the 65. Then they've put 11 million to expand a catalyst center. So for instance, like the GTI could apply for that and say we want to expand XYZ program, and they're going to distribute 11 million of that. We've also applied for some of that because we're expanding some of our CTEC programs. Then there's another 11 million in the enhanced CTE offerings to align with the Catalyst Centers. We're applying for that some as well because we're building out our programs that currently exist at CTEC. You can apply for all 3 of these. They have another component of the grant that's called a planning stage. They've only got 2 million in that, and we don't want any part of that because we're way beyond that. That's if you were kind of thinking of planning a center. But like I said, it's due December 19th. We feel like we've got a really good, solid proposal. Again, we've got such talented people in the district. They've done a great job preparing that, and feel good about our submission there. Just real quickly, you can kind of, I won't read all these. These are some of our advisory team people. We've tried to hit someone in every one of our cluster areas. You can see these guys are big time people. If you Google like Kelly Loosely, for instance, he's got several TED Talks, YouTube videos. He started the animation department at BYU. We've had all of these people through there on individual tours. These are people that started with the original group with Susan and Charlie organizing and bringing that advisory council together. Zach Boyd is the director of the Governor's Office of Artificial Intelligence Policy. So we've got some really good opportunity with these people. You can see, again, our engineering, Corianne Edwards is the Chief Strategy Officer for 47G. Art Santana, he's with Paramount Machine out west. In higher ed, this has been a real nice one. Angie Stallings just came on. She's the Deputy Commissioner of USHE. And we feel like it's a great opportunity for us to develop a relationship, because one of the things that's unique about CTEC and with moving to the center, we have such a heavy, almost 100% of our courses are concurrent enrollment. And that gets into department heads dictating how that's going to run. And so to do a profession-based model, we have to be able to influence that. And Angie, already in our meeting we had with her, was right on that and is going to help us there. Nicole Butler is the University of Utah's liaison for secondary, you know, Brian, you've probably worked with her a little bit. I don't know if you remember Nicole. Clint Okerlund, state representative, and again, Lawrence from, so one of the things that we've really appreciated that the board did is give us the opportunity to hire a business development specialist who's going to be critical in doing that. Appreciate the committee that helped interview, and we selected Sam Soder. Sam is currently at Jordan High. He teaches business finance, has taught entrepreneurship, business law, has the highest pass rate in the state on his competency tests, DECA State Board, and then was 20 years business. Started his own business. You can see there, President CEO for CD and sell ATG Wireless. I think you had, how many stores, Sam?
Yeah, well, we were at that peak. We had about 38 stores in 6 different states. So if you bought a cell phone in a mall at some point in time between like maybe 2001 and 2010, it probably was somewhere related to one of those groups up there.
He's not still going to service it.
No, gone.
You know, originally.
Yeah.
But we're really fortunate that he decided to leave that line of work and has been teaching at Jordan High. It was interesting when we went to BD for their they had their whole leadership team present to these students that were interested in the internship. And one of their leadership team was a Jordan High student. He looked like he was 2 years out. And he had been through the Jordan High program and was so articulate and just did a phenomenal job that night. But Sam, we're really excited to have him. His role is going to be to continue to build out our partnerships. Crucial to the success of the Innovation Center is going to be what we can do with student opportunity to have profession-based experience. And in order to make that happen, we have to have authentic participation by businesses. And it's going to take a lot of coordination, a lot of work, and a continual effort. And Sam's going to head that up. He's excited about it, and we're very excited to have him join us. Leon, I'm going to let you take the rest of it.
Thank you, Reed. Great job. So as Reed mentioned, we had the timeline, early slide, on we have what we call 2 bid packages. So bid package 1 is the trades building. Again, you saw the outline of that being the southwest corner there, okay? I can go back to the first slide, but so that was bid package 1 to do that. Bid package 2, they are preparing what we call the bid documents. They will be released here in January, February. That is the renovation of the main building, the amenities and the top 2 floors of all the programs that we discussed right now. Looking at 2 big packages. Again, to do the trades building, it's going to probably take about 18 months to complete. Maybe not quite that long, but we want to make sure we have enough time to do that. So we put that out. Again, MHTN designed it, gave the design documents to Hughes contractors. They put those out to bid. And here are the results that we got back. It was total bid was 14.6. So this is what is on the consent agenda as a purchasing bid today. 14.6 again. We actually round it to the nearest thousand here. The base bid is 13.4. We do have 750 designated for equipment. Now, we're going to inventory our current equipment at CTEC, and as well as Reed mentioned, the Catalyst grant, and see what we need there. But again, designated 750 for equipment. Then we always call what we call contingency, things that always come up. We hope we don't need it, but more often than not, we do. So we got about 283,000 for that. So you add those 3 numbers up, that's where you get the 14,426. That's on the purchasing bid. The buildings, roughly 35,000 square feet, came back at $412 a square foot. which is pretty good. You know, we're thinking they could get up in, cost could get up in that 450 range. So we felt pretty good about that. Our last school we rebuilt was Union. That was 280 a square foot. So you can see where costs have gone since then. Some of the schools way back when, I think right in Hillcrest were around 230 a square foot. So you can see how much costs have almost doubled in these last 5-6 years with inflation. Again, if you approve it tonight, we get going in January, the construction of that. Here is the design of the building. So again, the three main construction areas, the construction home building here, welding and diesel mechanics, 8 bays, is that right? Doug, Reed, or is it 6 bays? I can't. 6 bays?
Four for light, not light diesel, but diesel truck. And then 2 are for the heavy diesel, a diesel that you see going down the road.
And if you've ever been over at T-Tech, we always have a problem with the yard, right? Just not enough space there. Big problem there. So they have a working yard that all 3 will share there and a couple classrooms throughout and offices as well. So that is the design of the building. It does not have 2 floors, but we did design in a couple storage spaces on top, if you will. Again, not 2 floors, so no one can work up in there, but they do have stairs going up. No elevator, so that's why no one can work there.
It's kind of a mezzanine setup.
Yeah, but it will be used for storage there in those 2 areas. So that is what we have. So with that, turn it over for the Jill. Questions for Reed?
One thing just on the trades building, and Doug, you can give the exact figures, but those are all waiting list programs. And Doug and Emily have configured the schedule to go to an A/B day format, which has given us more capacity, but we still could accommodate more students with more space. We're increasing our space, about how much, Doug?
Oh God, we're up to 30,000 square feet here, so at least a third more than we have.
So, and if you've been to C-Tech and been in the shops, it's tight. We need that space even just from an OSHA standpoint. And so it's gonna be really a great opportunity to one, grow the program a bit, but also have the safety, accommodation, and opportunity that we really need.
Okay, thank you. So board, do we have any questions or comments? This presentation. Katie.
Thank you for the presentation. It's exciting to see where this is going and to really be innovating in this space and leading the way across the state with this education we're providing for students. A couple questions. I know we're talking A-Day, B-Day. We really need to probably dive in sooner than later talking about schedule for, particularly with Brighton, on this and how that's gonna work. The other question I have is if we're talking about A-Day, B-Day and having kids be there most of the day, instead of trying to transfer back and forth to schools, what does lunch look like? Are there spaces they could even, if they brought food, heat up food, or like, what are that options? Now that at least there's a little bit more gathering space, but if kids are there for the full day, what does that?
Yeah, it's a great question. Go back to there you go, right there. So if you look here, if you think of the Innovation Center, this is the cafeteria seating area. And you come out here and like that pizza oven's in the corner here. We anticipate this area here serving as a daily cafe. We don't want to participate in terms of a school lunch program for several reasons. But one, it's a teaching space, not a lunch space. But this will give us, I know the board's visited the Catalyst Center. This is the Catalyst Center on multiple steroids. in terms of what we can offer for a food option for our students. So that's what we anticipate there, Ms. Dowling.
Just real quick on the schedule. Okay, I think we talked about getting the high school principals together and just coming up with some ideas, high level, you know, to get it started. Definitely gonna be controversial, so just letting you all know. But you're right, I think we need to start having that conversation and trying to, you know, figure out which direction everybody wants to go
And give them a chance to prepare, because we
Yeah.
can't throw this on them next summer
Yeah.
as we're going into it. Like, they really need to have a year to
year.
start to adapt if they've always taught on trimester
Yeah.
or vice versa.
But maybe one thing on that, Doug, maybe you could speak to, you know, our participation level of Brighton students is outstanding.
Second.
Yeah,
I
right.
think it's the second highest
Yeah,
participation rate.
And, you know, they've kind of worked around that scheduling issue. Now, we're dealing with a little bit more distance, but they've scheduled, Doug, and I'll let you talk to it, but they've scheduled mostly in the morning to accommodate that difference, correct, Doug?
Yeah, Brighton kids give up less of their schedule to do the AM instead of the PM. And that's kind of an equity issue that we've been just dealing with for quite some time. So our AM classes tend to fill up with more Brighton kiddos. But as Amber just said, they're our #2 school for enrollment behind Alta. So the kudos to the counselors at Brighton and the students and families to make it work. They've done a great job.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Edo?
So a couple questions. So you brought up food. How do our students who rely on school meals eat?
How do what? Oh, go ahead, Emily.
So it's still going to be an AM, PM schedule. So the students will still only be here for, you know, a half of their day. And so they'll still be able to return to the schools for the lunches like they do now. So we will have a cafe that students can purchase food from, and we will encourage that for the experience of our students that are running the cafe. But regarding the full meals, it's still gonna be just a quarter of their day. So they're still only gonna come for, you know, the first 2 periods, and then they'll go back to their home high school and get lunch and the remaining periods of the day. So they'll still have the availability of meals at their high school.
Okay. And then it was brought up to pilot an animation program in middle school. How were Albion and Butler selected for that?
What's that? And,
Albion and Butler were selected
How were
for
they selected?
Animation.
How were they selected?
Pilot.
well, no one's been selected on a pilot right now. We've mostly, I'm talking with them because one, Albion has some, from what I've understood, talking to the middle school people, they're doing some things, and Butler has a visitor with Missy Hamilton there. So it's certainly wide open, whoever would want to do it there. They're the only ones I've talked to and visited. Just by.
So any of our middle
Yeah,
schools.
yeah, that's not
support it.
it. They're just two that I've visited that have programs, something currently in place.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're gonna be looking at all the middle schools then?
Yeah, I mean, anybody could participate in it, whoever would have interest. They're the only two that I knew that I've got to, that I knew were doing something. So, yeah, it's open to anyone. But it isn't developed, we haven't thrown it out there yet. You know, I just mentioned them two because, they have, I've seen some development there, and that was mainly because we went to the, job fairs that they had.
Okay, so are we interested to let every middle school decide if they want to do it or not?
Yeah, as we develop that out a little bit, yeah, we want to get, something, together. Those are only two that have had, any contact with it right to this point.
Okay, that sounds good. Mrs. Nymar?
Christopher, were you done? Okay. Thank you, Reed. That was awesome presentation. I'm really excited about all the programs and the partnerships. That's really, really exciting, especially like job opportunities for the kids and where to go. It's very, very exciting. The one thing I wonder is when will the full board be able to weigh in? This is just a piece of everything with the Innovation Center, including plans for the remodel and renovations. This is just one piece of it. So I really would really like the opportunity for the full board to weigh in for all of it, because I feel like right now, what we're doing is talking about one piece, and it's on the consent agenda for one piece. But I think the rest of the board, it would be helpful for them to know all the other pieces.
So what do you want more than was right here?
And then what's
Because we just went over everything.
Right, but we don't have in here like the other building and all of the other stuff. Did we? And I didn't see it.
Like the cost estimates and stuff.
Yeah, just go.
Well, yeah, I'm happy to, I mean, we can do more detail if that's what the board wants, sure. But we need to know what exactly.
Well, I think that in our innovation committee meetings, when we look at the budget and where we're pulling in, funds from different areas, like this is, I just would love that comprehensive, the numbers sheet, you know what I'm talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, Leon, because we don't have the numbers yet until we go out for bid for the other part.
So right now, what we're looking at, and it's on the consent agenda, but this is our first study session with the full board.
Yes.
And this is just one piece of the project. It's not like the project's done, finished and done with the 14 million. So I feel like it would be very helpful for the full board to see the other piece of it, because it feels like we're just doing, does that make
Yeah,
sense?
just to be clear, so we're doing two bid. Our budget is $40 million for the whole renovation.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, so and the whole building facility is 90 million. Keep in mind, when we bought it, about a year ago today is when we bought it, right around December 15th, when we closed on it, 15th, 16th, when we closed on the property. So that was 50 million. And then we always were planning on some property sales, catalyst grant, and some ongoing capital outlay funds to fund the rest of that.
Yes.
And so we're looking at a base bid of, we can use a base, but a total bid of $40 million. So we're looking at about 26 million for the remaining part of that. So we got to keep it within that budget moving forward. So, if it comes in, again, when we go out to bid prices are pretty good right now, as we saw with this. I know a few other districts are doing some remodels or some buildings. We're hopeful that, again, we get a good square foot bid and it comes in at that 26 million. If not, then we're gonna have to start looking at cutting some areas or downgrading some things. So that's,
So far, though, those numbers have all been below.
right now, everything, we've always been strict with the architects and the contractors, it's gotta be 40 million. So, there's where we're at with that.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was
That's what
talking
you're
about.
talking about, okay. And I didn't understand. I'm happy to bring it back, but I wasn't sure, so.
Does the rest of the board want to look at the rest of that part, or no? Before we move forward with this piece of it?
And we have to get the bids, because that's all gonna be dependent on what the bid comes, and that second piece hasn't been even bid out yet, right?
No, it hasn't, they're finishing up the design work on that. That will go out to Hughes, and then Hughes will go to subcontractors, electricians, drywallers, plumbers, sheet rockers, well, they're drywallers, I'm sorry, but, so they'll go out to bids and get pricing for those, and that'll come back to us in February, and that's when they're going. We could wait, we are a little worried, though, to get that trades building up and going and being ready by, August of '27. It's about, again, we're looking at about 18 months. And so we're right there, you know, you could probably start in February, but you start pushing that and you get into a kind of a tighter time crunch. It's not as detailed as a school, you know, there's 3 big rooms, but there's still, you know, time you do structural steel, and that's a big thing, and all the plumbing and electrical with that, that's time. So that's why we've always planned 2 different bid packages. And we know that second bid, coming into that 40, we gotta start cutting things out of it, so that's how we.
Okay, well, go ahead, Mr. Reynolds.
Sorry, just to kind of go along with Holly's point, first, I want to mention that, like, I really like the direction we're going, right? So, I mean, I've said up front how important this is, and, you know, after spending some time over at CTEC, how important it is to get a new facility, you know, tour the facility. We had something that was mostly ready, and I've said many times, like, this is the way of the future, right? And so first, like, I'm really, really excited about the Innovation Center, about what it's gonna mean for the students, I mean, what it's gonna mean for my own kids, assuming that they choose to go to do that. Because I think the opportunities are gonna be second to none. While I don't think our goal should ever be to be the envy of the state, that's just, you know, what happens when you're the best. But anyway, kind of looking at this overall and looking at this, I just wanted to express kind of my frustration just to go along with Holly, is not that this is happening, but just, you know, with the process, right? So, like, looking at this coming up, and I understand our timeline, how we got here, but realistically, we had about, to this presentation, about 30 hours from the time that we had it to the time this meeting started. So that for me is problematic, and I just wanted to kind of express that, but at the same time, again, not the center, right? Just the process that we're going on. And for me as a board member, just to have sufficient time to review, to process, et cetera, as we move forward.
That's on me.
That's on Rick and I. We didn't get communicated out as we should have, so that's on us. The timeline of, we try to get things posted, as you know, on Fridays. It didn't happen, and so that's on us, and so we apologize for that. We'll obviously try to do better and make sure that happens.
And then Mrs. Nybar.
I do, this is gonna be amazing, absolutely amazing. I don't think it's just on you guys. I really appreciate it's always great leadership to do that. But I also think one of my concerns is I am lucky enough to be on the Innovation Committee, but I really do want a little more weigh-in from the other board members in this process, because this is such a big deal. So my thing is more like, we have other projects that we have first and second readings for, so it gives people a lot more time to weigh in, and I think I'm feeling a certain level of discomfort, because I feel like I've been privy to a ton of details that neither of any of the other board members have, and they actually add up to make a big difference in the experience the kids are gonna have, the cost, and a lot of other things. So we had talked originally about doing like a round table sooner, before this was started, I think, and we were gonna go over some of that a little bit, way back, before we, and then we had so many other, we had other really important priorities, like yes, we did. And so no blame on, you know, board leadership for not making that happen. It's just, that's my biggest concern, is how can I pull in, I want Andrew's eyes on it, I want Katie's eyes on it, I want Andrew's, and I want Karen's eyes on it more than what it is. So that's the thing. So that's what makes me nervous, is like, this is just one part of this big part, and I think that, you know, we're just gonna, okay, move forward with that one part. Now we're looking at the other parts, but there's so much more that it kind of feels like it would be nice to have a little more input with the full board.
Katie.
When do we think we'll have a bid for the second piece?
February.
Yeah, Mrs. Oak.
It could be, say, it could be end of February too, so that'll probably be that second.
When's it actually going out for bid?
I'd have to check, but I think in middle of January.
Thanks, Mrs. Oak.
So I want to celebrate some wins with this presentation, because there are a heck of a lot. So one of the things I have to say is, reflects, if we go back to some of the pictures of how the classrooms are going to be used, it reflects a lot of things. One is that it reflects a lot of the feedback from our industry partners that we've had. A lot of it reflects tons of coordination with our CTEC people. A lot of it reflects feedback that we had from those individual programs, whether it was well-being and construction management, coming back and saying, we actually have this many people on our wait list, and we actually need this size of space. I mean, there has been constant adjustment, right? And I want to congratulate all of those who have put the work into this final product, because it's a ton. I mean, some of our meetings we've had, how many people now? Like 30 people? 40 people? I mean, I totally understand, like, yes, the full board needs to be aware of it, but this is also why we have committees, because we can't replicate that much time and effort in every board meeting. And it's the same thing with long-range planning. We can't have that in every single board meeting. There is a practical aspect of this that if we are opening in August of 2027, there are deadlines, there are certain things we're trying to meet, and in the midst of all this, we have had discussions about school closures and other things. This has just been practically people trying to move things forward, and yes, certain balls have gotten dropped perhaps in terms of communication, but I'm looking back at the Innovation Center updates, and we've had one every month since September that Kirsten has given us, and if any board member, I just want to say this publicly, wants to come and understand and see more of those documents and do a deeper dive, like,
We could set up a separate meeting.
Yes.
We can, because, I mean, this represents hours and hours, just like long-range
Lots
planning is
of
hours and
time.
hours. This is hours and hours of debate. A lot of discussion on every
On
single room
everything,
that you
the
guys-
placement of things, like whether or not this, you know, like for instance, just even the gathering area, the multi-purpose room, there was a large discussion for a long period of time about whether or not we take out a portion of the ceiling above and have a two-story, right, and make it more of a larger meeting gathering space. And ultimately, we looked at the numbers and we said, we're not gonna be able to stay within a budget, and it went back to a one-story,
Yeah,
right?
we needed the classrooms for all of that.
But I don't know if that's something that's appropriate for us to go back and forth in a public board meeting all the time with everybody. Like, we just, if we were to do it that way, this thing would not be opening for another 5 years. Like, I really believe that. So there is a certain practical aspect to all of this that I think we have to realize, like, if we really want to take a look at this, we can ask questions and we can ask to see more. And just like I have the ability to do that with long-range planning or other committees, right? So, but I mean, this to me is a celebratory win. And I have to give my hat off to Reed and others who are applying for these grants, who are going out and pounding the pavement with different business and industry partners. This is huge. Like, when I went and attended the 47G conference and then the AI summit, or, you know, Katie and I had the opportunity to go visit the iHub facility down in Provo this week, which is an entrepreneurship incubator. When we tell people what we're doing and some of the partners that we are working with, like, they don't even know how to respond at first. They're so excited and they can't believe it. It's a public school district doing this. And so I can't overemphasize how awesome this is. The one thing I do want to say, and they hear me say this, and I have to say it publicly again, I want to make sure that we honor the wishes of our industry partners in teaching all of our kids, it doesn't matter what program they're in, entrepreneurship principles. And I know, Reed, we've talked about this, and Rick, and I know that they're working on that. But that is, I still feel like an ongoing conversation moving forward to make sure that no matter what industry these kids are going into, that they understand the principles of how to identify a problem and solutions and how to bring it to market. Utah is increasingly becoming a hotbed of entrepreneurship. We have hundreds of high school students already who are making over $1 million a year off of their own companies. And we have the capacity to teach our kids how to do this. And yes, I agree with Reed about pushing it down earlier into the earlier grades. We can teach kids how to see vision and how to understand problems and how to bring solutions to market to those problems. And one more thing I want to say is my daughter's best friend at BYU this semester is a new freshman, is a girl who went to Granite's Technical Center and became a pharmacy tech. Ella is her name, and she's so cute. I talked to her last night, and she said, it is literally the best thing I've ever done. She said, I loved my public school experience, but them providing this opportunity was the best thing for me. So she is working at Walgreens, close to BYU campus, making a killing already, and because of that, it has become a platform and a launching ground for her to study and go further into the sciences, and she wants to become a researcher, a lab researcher, and with chemistry. And so this is something, Rick and I had this conversation yesterday. I think we need to really figure out how to effectively communicate to parents in this district how these programs are an incredible opportunity for our kids, not only if they want to end up for that permanently for their job, but even if they want it to go into a higher academic field, it is a fantastic launching spot. Every bit as viable as an AP or honors route, and in some ways much more so. And Katie and I had this conversation. I wish that I had understood this better as a parent earlier on. Believe me, I'm making adjustments with the kids that I have at home now. I wish every single one of my kids had participated in one of these programs and gone to college, because it would have served them that much more. So this is really an amazing moment in the district's history for us to be able to move forward with these types of opportunities. Like Holly said, to be able to have BD Medical, like for these kids to start working and then have part of their education paid for, that is what we saw in Loudon when we went out to visit. And I anticipate it will be the first of many opportunities like that if we keep going this direction. So thank you for the momentum that you're working on. There's obviously things that we can learn about how to do better, but this is awesome.
Great. Is it fast?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Hey, that was awesome explanation. It is gonna be amazing. Our typical process is that it wouldn't take 5 months, and people don't need to delve in at the same level the committee has, but our typical process is that we have 2 readings at least before we do an approval like this. I am on the committee, so I know more about what this is, but if I were a board member that wasn't, I would wanna say, a question I would have is, I would like to have details of this base bid, 13 million, what part is for this? Because we know there's another part, and it's really important because we're doing amazing things. All those business partnerships, those are really important, and that should be a focus of this update, totally. But I guess what I'm feeling is, we should have this update and look at these amazing opportunities we're providing for all of our kids. This is the direction that's headed: curriculum, work-based project learning, amazing. Then we have this other portion called, we're trying to approve a bid for $14 million. What does this entail? What does the next bid entail? We're approving the first portion, and I understand we're under a timeline with the construction, but those 2 are tied together. So, what part does that entail, and what does the next part? Normally we have more than 1 reading. That is my hesitation. If Nancy Tingy were here, she would be like, that's great, we need to have another reading. And can we have a few more details under what is that base bid total? So that is what I'm used to, and I feel like that's a good process as a board. So I don't think it has to be 5 months, but I think we've got 2 different things going on, and I think the presentation Reed just gave was fantastic. And I think every one of us, anyone listening, would be thinking, this is going to be amazing. And that's an important part of this presentation. I think the other part is what's on our consent agenda. And I feel like there does need to be a little more detail. But if
So,
everyone else doesn't.
Just some clarity though, the main building could be completed before trades building. So the issue would be, we open the main building and the trades building's not complete.
Yes.
That's why it's, the urgency's there.
And you can't sell the CTEC property until they have a place to move into.
That is true.
So,
No, I agree with you, and I think we should have multiple readings on the next bid package. And yeah, it has just been, we've been really occupied with other things,
Yeah.
so it's been hard.
I
I think to your point too, Holly, the steering committee itself is now dissolved, right, with MHTN. So that architect will start to move out, contractor will start to move in.
Yeah.
But to me, I would recommend high quality learning as as the committee that would take up kind of this smaller, the smaller details that you're all talking about. The curriculum, or even other questions. I mean, we don't want to get in, at this point, start getting into change orders, and those kinds of decisions can just run astronomical in a hurry.
Sure.
So the structural piece, I think, that train's rolling, but some of these other concepts that we're talking about, to me, I think, and especially where you three, were on the steering committee, that makes a lot of sense.
Well,
Who's not, so,
we haven't met anymore
not on high
because
quality.
October was the last one where we decided, and now the architects have just been working on all the details
Yes.
and going out for bid.
Yeah, that's true.
So there's nothing more that our committee
Yeah.
is deciding at this point. But if board members want more information, then I would say you can ask us, we can have a board meeting, you could go meet with Leon.
We can, we have the price of the steel, the price of the glass. We've never put that out there because we didn't think that's relevant. But that's what we're asking, well, what's on the consent agenda is just, is just right here, this
Yeah.
section right there. Nothing in this, that's all in bid package 2. Again, that has to
Just
come
the
in,
trees, but-
has to come into that 26 million. So that was the plan. I know that wasn't communicated because we haven't, the full board, there would be 2 bid packages, but that was, we have done multiple bid packages. When we did Hillcrest,
Sure.
that was 3. When we did Brighton, I believe that was 3. So it's not uncommon for us to
It's
do.
not- We've done that before.
We've done, when you do a big project, you have to.
And I approve the overall number.
Um, So we've done that. Typically, in the past, again, we can do whatever the board wants. But when we've approved these high schools, these elementaries, we've done this type of presentation and then asked for your approval. There's never been a second reading, a third reading, because it's been that. So if you went back to look at it that way. Again, we're happy to do whatever you want. We've always, but that's been our practice when we did Hillcrest, Brighton, Alta, Rivian Park, Glacier Hills. So we're happy to do. 2 weeks is not gonna, 3 weeks, not gonna set us back, so.
Okay, anything else, board? Okay, we got 1 minute. We are gonna move item C, the proposed small caps projects. Let's move that down to item A in new business, so if someone, when we get in there, make that motion and move this to the agenda. And thank you again, Reed, this is so exciting, it's wonderful, I am thrilled, and it's gonna be amazing for our students, so.
Let me just add, really appreciated the 3 board members that were on the committee. It was extensive. We were
They had a lot of patience with us, yeah. Okay, thank you. I'll call this meeting to a close, and then just as soon as we can get in there for business to start.
Also, I brought.
Okay, welcome everyone to the meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is December 16th, 2025, and we're meeting at the district office located at 9361 South 300 East in Sandy, Utah. The first item on the agenda is to approve the agenda for tonight, December 16th.
I move that we approve the agenda for tonight with one change, which is to move item C from the study session, proposed 2026 small capital projects, to item A in new business, and then adjust the remaining items.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, thank you. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. And I need to excuse Board Member Karen Pedersen. She is out of town tonight. Okay, we will now be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by Altaview Principal Scott Jameson, and then we will hear some school highlights.
Please stand for the pledge. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First of all, you probably notice there's a paper on your table that says, "Thank you for Wesley." Wesley Morgan is my new assistant principal. I just want to recognize him and thank you for providing elementary principals for all the elementary schools, or most of them. We appreciate that. Altaview Elementary is an award-winning school. We're one of 6 international Spanish academies in the entire state of Utah. That's a partnership with the Spanish Embassy in Spain for high-performing dual-language immersion schools. And students who graduate from Altaview Spanish Language and Culture program are given a graduation certificate from the Spanish Embassy. Last year, we also won Best in State for a K-12 public education school. There's our certificate and medal for that. And then on top of that, most recently, Altaview was named a National PTA School of Excellence for 24-26. Only 5 other schools in Utah achieved that. But what makes Altaview most amazing is the teachers, the support staff, the parents, the students, and the volunteers. Volunteers like our PTA president, Don Davis, and our PTA president-elect, Amanda Miriam.
The Altaview PTA has had an amazing year so far, and none of it would be possible without our incredible volunteer community. Our fall fundraiser raised over $30,000. This money will help fund assemblies like the visit we had from Paralympian Zach Miller, along with field trips, teacher grants, and books for our book vending machine.
We brought families together with fun nights at classic skating and trunk or treating, and we show appreciation to our teachers and staff all year. Students love our programs like Book Blitz and Field Day, and we're not done yet. With Grandparents' Lunch, the Book Fair, and many end-of-the-year activities still ahead, we are grateful to the Altaview administration, faculty, and staff who make it a joy to serve the school and its children.
Here's our junior coaches.
Hi, my name is Claire, and as a junior coach, I have been given the opportunity to lead recess by teaching games, inviting others in, and setting a positive example.
Hi, my name is Logan, and as a junior coach, I've been given the opportunity to be responsible by taking care of equipment and helping recess run smoothly and safely.
Here's one of our safety patrol members with one of our cones.
Hi, my name is Avery, and I love that 5th graders get to help with safety at our school. It's important because we get to protect kids and make friends. I love Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day and our new stop signs. On Ruby Bridges Day, we encourage all of the kids to walk to school. They got prizes like flags, bracelets, small backpacks, and stickers. The new stop signs rock because they light up and it helps drivers see them. Altaview Safety Patrol is the best in the district. Thank you.
And student council.
Hello, my name is Liam Griffith, and I am the
Vice President of the Altaview Student Council. The Student Council helps make Altaview a great place to learn. We are leaders at our school and try to be good examples by following our school rules. Be respectful, be responsible, and be safe. We also help our school in many ways. Twice a week, we help our kindergarten classes clean their tables. We help our PTA with special events like putting out flags for Veterans Day and helping out for Altaview Skate Night. Being in the Student Council means helping others and taking care of our school. Thank you for letting me share what we do at Altaview.
Hello, my name is Emery, and I am the president of Altaview Student Council. One of the biggest things our student council does is our fundraiser for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Each year, we hold Harry Potter Penny Wars to help raise money to find a cure for blood cancer. Our school is divided into 4 Harry Potter houses, and everyone works together to raise the most money. Student council members collect money at lunch, decorate the school, help during the assembly, and run the reward party for the winning house. Each year, Altaview raises about $10,000 for this important cause. We are proud to help others and make a difference. Thank you for listening.
Work hard and have fun.
So cute.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for being here. And I know it's December, so it's a really busy month. So the fact that all you students are here and also PTA and Principal Jameson, it's awesome. And you actually made our board meeting kind of fun for the beginning. So thank you so much. And please pass on our thanks to your staff, Principal Jameson. So, okay, we're gonna go ahead and move on with patron comments. We have 4 today. So I'm going to read our statement. Patron comment time is limited to residents and taxpayers of Canyons District, students and parents of students, and current employees of the district. Patrons may provide board members with written documents, and these documents must be submitted to the board secretary at the meeting, and the board secretary is right over there at that desk, or emailed to the Office of Public Communications by noon of the day following the board meeting. Tonight, individuals will be given 3 minutes, and those representing groups will be given 5 minutes. Comments made during patron comment time are part of the public record. It is the board's practice to listen and take notes during patron comments. The Board of Education does not discuss matters that are not on the meeting's agenda, nor engage in public comment on individual students to protect their privacy or employee issues. If a patron wants to comment on a district employee's character, professional competence, or mental or physical health, the board requests that those comments be submitted to the board in writing. However, if the patron determines to verbally comment on those personnel issues, the comments need to be civil and refrain from personal attacks, insults, defamatory, or slanderous comments about an individual. The Board of Education values input on all sides of issues. To maintain decorum and respect, we ask that those in attendance refrain from applause or other types of demonstration during the patron comment time, as well as throughout the meeting. Okay, the first person on the list is Principal Elsina Celine, and she is representing a group. And then next will be Jared Herbert.
Good evening. Thank you for the time to speak this evening. I want to introduce to the board the Canyons Association of Elementary School Principals, or CAESP. Our membership includes 100% of our elementary principals and assistant principals. We also have 100% of our elementary leaders as part of the Utah Association of Elementary School Principals. UAESP serves as a clear and unified voice for elementary school principals throughout Utah, uniting us in a cohesive and influential organization. I am the proud principal of Granite Elementary. I'm the mom of a Canyons early childhood preschooler. I also serve as the president of the CAESP board. Our president-elect is Sean Walker, principal at Canyon View Elementary. Sarah Caldwell, assistant principal at Altera Elementary, serves as our assistant principal representative. Our treasurer is Margaret Swaneke, principal of Mid Valley Elementary, and our secretary is Shad DeMille, the principal at Lone Peak Elementary. Our purpose is to offer a wide range of advocacy and support for and on behalf of CSD elementary administrators. We aim to strengthen both individual leaders and our schools with the steady focus of improving student and staff experiences and outcomes. We work together to enhance professional growth, provide critical support, and foster a sense of community and purpose in the challenging role of school leadership. We want to be active contributors to the wide range of perspectives you're provided. We look forward to bringing our voice to board meetings to share our input and perspectives. We appreciate all that board and district leadership do every day to support us in the important work we do at our schools. We want to thank the Long Range Planning Committee for their critical and difficult work. We appreciate the transition planning team and its purpose in creating a unified school community and the staffing and facility plans to provide stability and community continuity. We also want to thank the board for prioritizing assistant principals in our elementary schools. The impact this has made on teachers and administrators is overwhelmingly positive. Anecdotally, teachers in many buildings are experiencing more support from administrators, more feedback, and more access to their leaders. Administrators are expressing life-changing improvements in their efficacy and job satisfaction. This investment will continue to pay off immensely. We are your leaders on the front lines with critical firsthand knowledge of our students, our teams, and our communities. You have appointed each of us to our positions, and we remain dedicated to pursuing the strategic plan of Canyons and greater student outcomes. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Jared Herbert, and is the timer working? Okay. Oh, my screen is just not working. Okay. A few of the screens are not working up here, so I was not sure. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jared Herbert. Members of the board, I am confused. How did the district propose closing schools before completing the very studies you now say are necessary to justify those closures? Doesn't that mean the conclusions came first and the evidence was meant to follow? From the very beginning, we have been telling you that none of this made sense. Each time, we were told the process was sound. Each time, we were told to trust you. We raised concerns about the appearance of bias involving 2 members of the planning committee. We were told there was no bias. We were told our perceptions were invalid. Then we brought you documented evidence, a written email from a board member acknowledging personal political consequences tied to closure decisions. That is no longer an appearance. That is an actual conflict. And it required recusal, not dismissal. And yet, even now, you tell us there is still no problem. You told us you were acting in good faith. You told us we could trust you. That trust has not just been damaged, it has been shattered. This pause is not a favor to the community. It is a correction that never should have been necessary. If you want this community's trust back, it will not come from words. It will come from accountability, transparency, and a willingness to admit where this process failed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have PJ Mannion and then Jake Garfield.
Is it okay if I give you guys some papers, just like numbers while I talk?
Yeah, just the secretary there.
Hi, thanks for listening to us still. So first I want to say thanks for your time and thank you for slowing down this process. That decision matters. It creates space for the data and new information to be considered responsibly. I was hoping to ground my comments tonight in the district's own numbers. When we compare Park Lane, Granite, Willow Canyon, and Bella Vista, Park Lane consistently stands out as the most stable school in this group. As of 2025 and the 2026 school year, on day 10, Park Lane had 321 students, down from 378 in the 2018-19 year, a decline of 57 students over 7 years. Not ideal, but measured. Granite declined from 387 to 273, a loss of 114 students. Willow Canyon dropped from 411 to 275, losing 136 students. Bella Vista declined 248 to 203 students from a much smaller base. Looking ahead, the projections are even more telling. From 2020 to 2030, Park Lane Elementary age population is projected to decline by just 6 students, or 1.3%. Granite is projected to decline 7.9%, Willow Canyon 12.7%, Bella Vista 12.5%. There's some new information worth considering as well. Mayor Zielinski recently announced a 197-unit housing development planned for the corner of 1300 East and Sigolili, which will likely add families and elementary age students, particularly impacting Willow Canyon's enrollment area. That matters because it suggests there is room to keep both Park Lane and Willow Canyon open, rather than treating this as a zero-sum decision. From an equity standpoint, closure should minimize disruption for students and families who already face the greatest barriers, and the data supports a path that avoids concentrating that disruption unnecessarily. School closures are a permanent response to shifting trends. Slowing the process allows decisions to reflect not just past decline, but future opportunity. Based on the district's own data and emerging developmental plans, Park Lane is stable, viable, and deserving of serious consideration moving forward. By prioritizing the stability of our elementary schools, today we are directly investing in the future success and vitality of Eastmont Middle and Jordan. Thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you. Now, Jake Garfield. I feel like we're old friends, Jake.
I think so. I know I was here last week. Thank you so much for letting us speak again. I just, after the announcement after the agenda came out for tonight, I just wanted to come here and thank all of you, and particularly the members of the Long Range Planning Committee, for the decision that I think you'll make tonight to pause this process. I think doing a holistic approach that looks at all the factors will allow us for much better outcomes. So I really appreciate you listening to us and your patience with our community. I just want to emphasize that I hope this study will look at just the value that the physical buildings you have of your elementary schools in our neighborhoods have for the district as a whole. We know that enrollment is declining in part because of birth rates and housing prices, but a big part of it is also charter schools. There's a really intense competition between the district's public schooling and charter schools right now. And there's a charter school right down the street from us and the Beehive Science and Technology Academy. A lot of families in my neighborhood they're intrigued by that school. They're kind of charter school curious, you could say. But most families, even those that are intrigued by the school, they stick with CSD schools, partly because there is this magic of these schools in our neighborhoods, on residential streets, where our kids that can walk there, they can bike there. Often the teachers are our neighbors, and it's the part of the American dream having these schools. But if these schools are closed down, it could lead a hole in the public education system that'll just be like a giant advertisement for charter schools. I follow the legislature really closely. I know you're concerned about this bill that will be there this next session that'll give charter schools a chance to buy out schools. Unfortunately, I think that'll have a really good chance of passing. Because I know of the legislators who are sponsoring it. And I think that's even more imperative that you do everything you can to keep schools open. I made this very small map, and I should have made a bigger one. But there's 2 circles on the map. The bigger circle shows the area where there would be no elementary schools if you were to close down Granite and Park Lane. It's a huge portion of the city, while this tiny little circle down here would have Glacier Hills. It would have Willow Canyon and Eastmont in a little sort of public school paradise. I'd love to live there, but I don't live there. I live in the middle of this huge area that would have no schools if you were to go forward with the proposal, which I don't think you're going to at this point. So again, thank you for this change, and I urge you to think about how keeping schools throughout the district, to do whatever you can to do so you give as many families as you can a chance to still be part of the public school system. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. We are now on to the next item on our agenda, and that is the consent agenda. And I will now take a motion, and then please read each item individually.
I move that we approve the consent agenda with item A, approval of minutes for December 2, 2025. Item B, approval of hire and termination reports. Removing item C, approval of purchasing bids, including item D, approval of November financial reports. Item E, approval of federal single audit and state compliance audit reports. Item F, approval of Entrada logo and mascot. Item G, approval of land trust TSSP for Altera Elementary. Item H, approval of land trust TSSP for Copperview Elementary. And item I, approval of administrative appointments.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
I could second the motion.
Okay, thank you. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the consent agenda as read, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. And then item number C was pulled off, so for discussion, I assume? Okay, Mr. Edel?
So item C had two different items. One of them was for student travel, which I have no issues with. And then the other was for the Innovation Center, which I had previously discussed my reservation solely on a process point.
Okay, thank you, Board. Is there any other discussion? Mrs. Nybar?
I just agree with that. That's it. Keep it short.
Okay, thank you. Is there now a motion to approve the purchasing bids?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the purchasing bids of item C on the consent agenda.
Okay, is there a second to that?
I'll make a second to that motion.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion, further discussion to that? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, Mr. Edel and Mrs. Nybar are nay, but the other four of us are yea, so that motion passes. Okay, we are now on to new business, and the first item will be the proposed 2026 small capital projects by Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator.
Thank you, President Schill. I apologize for the date. Should be obviously the 16th on that slide. Just want to go over our proposed projects. Let me just go over the timeline that we will do this summer. Going over with you tonight, we don't have them all, but several we do have that we'd like to at least tell you about. We'll not ask you to approve them tonight because that will come back when we get the purchasing bid and then the approval, but we want to let you know these are the work things we have in process. So we'll begin the design phase in January and February, go out to bid with these projects in March and April and May and have you approve them then. They'll be brought back. And then work will start. You know, we need to have them approved hopefully by April so our contractors can get lined up because we have such a small time window. Because really, most of them, we can't begin until school's out. We need the building somewhat empty and beginning on roughly June 1st and be finished by the time school starts for that. Some of them we can do while we're still in school, but many of them we cannot. Here's the ones that we're looking at. Again, we're looking at also a $5 million budget. We really wish this could be 8 or 10 million. As we have so many needs out there, so many buildings. But as I always say, we're always going to have far more needs than we have dollars. So we have to try to prioritize those based on the committees and they're trying to give something to everyone the best we can over a few-year period. Some of the ones that we've talked about extensively, Jordan High School. We are doing quite a bit of renovation, upgrades there with the field house, the Black Box Theater, updating the auditorium, coming next summer. Restrooms are just about all done. A couple other things that we'd like to do though is the baseball field. We've had a group of parents, players come with that. We'd like to mimic what we've done at Corner Canyon, and that is turf the infield only, not turf the outfield. The outfield at Corner Canyon is not turfed. And then update the bullpens, the batting cages, the warning track. We also need to do some irrigation upgrades as well. Right now, we do not intend to turf the softball field. The softball field is turfed at Corner. We may come back at a later date and do that, but that would not happen this summer. Again, they'll have to play the season. Baseball tryouts happen into February. Season starts in March. So, it would be about that first week in June. Then it would probably take till around September, October to do all that work to get it up and going. Along with that, we'd like to look at lighting the baseball, and also in this case, it would also be the softball fields. It would take 10 poles to do that. They wouldn't be as big as lights as the football stadium lights. They'd be about half the size. As the poles would be as tall, but as many lights, there would not be as many on each pole. And so we would look to do that. That's about going to cost us about $725,000 based on our estimates. One of the things, we do not have any of our baseball, softball fields with lights. And one of the things the committee feels strongly about, and it's of course always up to the board, as we look to find areas where we can really strengthen Jordan, is to make this the only school with that. We know, I've been here a dozen years. We know we do it one or two places, the others start coming. But would be our recommendation that to keep Jordan, that Jordan be the only one with the lights. And I think it makes sense right there on State Street, a lot of visibility right there. I'm not saying in the 5 to 8 years from now we can't look at doing another school or two, but for the next, at least the rest of this decade and maybe even longer, we're recommending Jordan be the only one. Also, we'd like to look at, and this is something we'll get going on now, is the parking lot lighting to match some of our other schools. We'll look to replace, we won't be adding any poles, but we'll replace the bulbs, if you will, with LED lights and dimmers. So they're on about 15% of power, if you will, from dusk till dawn. But if somebody walks underneath them, they light up, okay? So that's what we'll look to do there. That may come back to you as a purchasing bid. It's right now under that $120,000, but we'll look to get going on that. Also with some lease revenue bonds, we're gonna try to look at the gym bleachers as well. That wasn't in the scope, and also the locker room flooring, not new locker rooms, but just the tile, if you will, on the floors there. So we'll come back with you on if we have enough bond money or if we need to look at that elsewhere, but that's something we'd like to look at Jordan High as well. Oops, going the wrong way. So that's Jordan High. Some of the other areas right here, I'm going to go through these fairly quickly. Repeater systems, that's for safe calling out to our first responders. Some of our schools, we just don't have great coverage. We've had to put these in at Hillcrest and Alta, looking to do it at Midvale and Union. We've already gone out, I think we have issued the POs on those. Again, they're under 100,000, they're basically 100,000 each for each school there. Next three, Albion, Carperview, and Oak Hollow, we want to update the controls on the HVAC systems, and also being able to talk to our central control agency here at the district office. So that's a big thing that we are having, as these buildings and our units outdate, we needed to update the control. So that will probably be the next few years, we'll have some of these schools on that as we try to go through that process. Also at Canyon View, I believe Sean was here, he's left, update their boilers. The way the temperatures are right now, I'm not sure they need it, but we're looking at about $700,000 there to replace the 2 boilers they have. Alta, smaller ones at Alta and Oakdale on irrigation and a backflow system and playground resurfacing at Oakdale. Also, this last meeting, you approved 7 elementary schools to get the new locks approved by the safety bill, okay? And those were on that list there. If you add up all these projects, including the ones for Jordan, previous slide, that gives us about $3.8 million. Again, looking at around a $5 million budget. These are some of the other ones we're looking at. Could take your input on these. One is at Alta High, the foods lab, if you've been there, really hasn't never been updated since the school was built in the late 70s. It's about 700 square feet smaller than our other foods labs at the other 4 high schools. 300 students use it a day, but there's about 700 who want to use it. They just can't accommodate. Also at Alta, the football turf really needs to be replaced. Here we need to, there's a air pad, if you will, that's underneath that was damaged. And looking back 10 years ago, they come up with a better technology or an underlayment, and so that would need to be replaced, a pad underneath the field. The pad underneath the field will last about 25, 30 years, so it doesn't need to be replaced as often as the turf itself. That would probably be our top priority over Brighton, which is the next one down. Brighton's pad underneath does not need to be replaced, just the carpet on top, if you will. So that's why that's a little cheaper there. We're looking at possibly some financing options with Field Turf or some deferred payments. Again, they've done all the fields. They live here on our state on our state contract, and so want to work with us on some options there. So those are what the other ones we have. That's all I have on this presentation. There's also been mention of, do we do a little bit of a refresh, maybe at a Ridgecrest with, maybe carpet down the hallways or something. We're looking at rebuilding those schools, so we're always cautious, how much do we put in to a school that you could rebuild in 5 years, knowing that, still 5 years. So there's that issue. So that's what we have. Again, we're hoping to do these, but we can meet as long range and update you on what we find out once we meet. We met with Field Turf. We won't have their options back on any financing until after the holiday break, but we could bring those back, or if you wanted us to pursue the kitchen, we can, but that's what we have right now.
Okay, thank you. Board, are there questions or comments? Mrs. Oakes.
So I've heard from a number of parents and also the tennis coach over at Alta High School about their tennis courts really needing to be resurfaced to where they feel like it's actually not safe anymore. I'm curious, because I don't see any tennis courts on here. How does the process work with deciding what's prioritized in terms of sports? I mean, we look at the turf versus,
Yeah, so at Alta, what we have are post-tension tennis courts at all our schools. Each school has 8 tennis courts. All of them are post-tension, which means there's steel cables running underneath them that tighten up, put the concrete on top, and it doesn't break. It will last some 30 years. You just have to do what we call a resurface on top. At Alta, 4 of the courts are post-tension. The 4 on the east side are not. They're the only 4 we do not have that are post-tension. Those are the ones that have the issues. We don't think they're safety issues. There are cracks in them. We don't think they're, as far as a student tripping or a patron. My son plays tennis. We don't think there's that safety issue. If the ball happened to hit right on the crack, it could take a funny balance. We looked at the options, and as we talked with the principal, his preference would be 1, the foods lab, 2, the football field, and then 3, the tennis courts. The tennis courts are about $600 and about $50,000 to do those 4 post-tension. The other 4 are fine. Yeah.
Okay, so it sounds like part of this was informed by the local high school administration's preference.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, any other comments? Mr. Edel?
So I just want to express my appreciation. I feel that the visibility on this is really great. And also just want to say how excited I am too about the lighting over at Jordan. I think that it's going to help solidify the community spaces, right? People want to be able to meet in the light. And Jordan's a popular place for its students. The students love it there, and I think that's just going to make the environment that much better. So I'm really excited about that. And then I know we approved it last meeting, but I just want to mention again those door locks. It seems like such a small thing, and I know that this is only covering a small portion of our schools, but those door locks are a huge quality of life issues for students and teachers in the schools with the new state restrictions on latching doors. And so it seems like a small thing, and it seems like kind of an obscure thing, but it's one of those things that I think is going to have a really significant impact on quality of life for teachers and students in the schools that those affect. And then in the future, I look forward to being able to roll that out in all of our schools over time.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Nyber?
I'm grateful for this list. I'd love to see, I'm very excited that Jordan High's baseball team is going to get some of these improvements that is needed. I'm also really excited for Jordan to get those lights and to be the first high school to get something. I'm excited about that. And also the safety issue. I'm grateful to be able to have things better lit, especially in the, especially during this time of year when the sun goes down sooner. So I really appreciate that we're looking at that safety issue as well.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Dolly?
Thank you. Sitting on the Long Range Planning Committee, it's hard because there are lots of needs out there across our district. But I want to just highlight a couple things as we look at like this football turf replacement. The cost of those 2 football fields is more than we're spending on our elementary schools. And I'm hearing frequently from administrators at our elementary level that they always get left behind. So I think it's something we need to continue to look at is how much money we're putting into our high schools, particularly high schools that have been rebuilt, and looking at making sure we're taking care of our elementary schools, particularly because we paused a lot of these projects when we're looking at some of these consolidations. And so just wanted to highlight that and bring that out in a public meeting. I agree with the money putting towards Jordan, where it's boundaried by State Street and the tracks line and the convention center, that we really have to be concerned about safety there. And that is, the lighting is a safety thing. It's not for athletic benefits.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lewis?
Just wanted to first say thank you for the repeater systems that are going to be installed at Midvale Middle and Union Middle. I've heard constantly about how none of their radios work in either of those 2 buildings. That's going to be a massive lifesaver. I do want to echo what Katie just said about investing in our elementary schools as well. This is an extremely vital update at Jordan. However, I do think that we should be looking at elementary schools as well, particularly just in my own case, East Midvale. That's all I'll have to say.
Okay, thank you. I do want to just echo what other board members have said in that I'm excited about the Jordan baseball field and getting lighting. I think that is important. I do have a question about the Alta High Foods Lab. So are we expanding that as well so we can have more students? It doesn't really say there what that's about.
It would be expanded, yeah. They have a wall, a classroom on the other side of the lab, so we would remove that wall or a portion of that wall so they could walk back and forth between the 2, yeah. So that would be part of it. The other part is just cleaning it, upgrading it with more of a single line student demonstration, a teacher demonstration area like we have at the schools, and then student cooking stations that we have at the schools as well. They have those, but they're just so much smaller than the others.
I do remember I went to visit and I saw that, and it looked like high school when I went to high school, so that was a long time ago. Like, it's literally has not changed. Okay, Mrs. Oaks?
To speak to Katie's point, I know that football is a really big deal for high school, and I know we have some amazing teams, but there is a part of me that looks at this through a Title IX lens. When we consider football, it is primarily a sport played by one gender.
And when we look at Title IX, we're supposed to really be considering all genders in all sports. And so I get a little bit uncomfortable when we're putting so much money into replacing football turf and not considering whether or not it's balanced and what members of the student body it's serving. Now, with that said, I recognize everybody goes to football games and it is a lot of fun. And it does serve the community at large, but I do think, I just wonder whether or not we should consider a different kind of rubric when we're making decisions about what kinds of sports surfaces are being prioritized, other than perhaps a personal preference. Anyway, just something to think about. I'm curious if any other board members feel similarly, and when we're talking about being transparent, I think that this is an important thing to discuss. And I do also want to echo, like, I am very excited for Jordan's baseball team. I think this is an awesome thing, and it's long overdue, and the safety piece is definitely important, so.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, Amanda, but the football turf is a safety issue. It definitely is. So
We went over those, I think, October timeframe on turfs last about 10 to 12 years. So Brighton's was put in 2015. I think Amber had just joined the board.
that is
Jordan
right.
and Alta's were done that year as well. Jordan's is in, Jordan's is okay, it has another year or two. Alta's, we wish we wouldn't have to do it, we'll be honest. But it is in pretty bad shape, we'll have to say that. Now, could we play on it another year? Maybe, yeah. We think we can play on Brighton's, and we know we can play on Brighton's another year. It's just, if you have 5 turf fields and 5 turf fields, you about got to look at doing one every other year to really go through the cycle process. They are heavily used. Keep in mind they're heavily used for lacrosse as well. They also do play soccer on them. They do have some gym, in the spring. Spring and fall they'll do some classes on them, as well as of course you also have cheer, and cheer and drill don't do a whole lot of damage on them, or wear and tear, but they do use them, yeah.
That's fair. Thank you. I appreciate those perspectives.
The other thing I want to bring up is that part of our last bond, a big chunk of that was set aside for elementary school upgrades, even though it was like the board may be forgetting that, we did lighting. We didn't rebuild any.
No, we
rebuilt
Peruvian Park and Glacier Hills, and we did Mid-Valley.
Mid-Valley, yeah.
Too, so,
okay, so there we haven't totally ignored elementaries, but yes, we know we have a lot.
Yeah, we did the lighting at everyone, so they'd all have sky lighting if they didn't have windows. And then we also did the front office at 7 of them, so.
Yeah, and we've done safety vegetables at all of them.
And the safety of it.
Yeah, so, but yes, I do understand what you're saying, Katie. That's
We
a
know,
good point.
we had our great elementary principals here, and they've expressed that concern to us as well, yeah.
Okay, anything else, board?
We wish we had the $8 to $10 million we could do this, and
I know,
a lot easier.
I agree. Okay, Mrs. Nyber?
A lot of what I was going to say has already been said, especially with Leon addressing. We actually do have soccer and lacrosse teams that also play, and like women's soccer, we always have the women's soccer always plays actually on that field, as well as, the dance team and the drill team and the cheerleaders. So it's used by a lot of people, and the recommendation is really to replace it every 10, and it is a safety issue. So I think if we're replacing it in 20 years, or however, how much was that? Let's see, it was 2015, 10. Okay, so 10, I think that's appropriate and fair. I think as far as elementary school goes, thank you for bringing up the things that we have done for the elementary schools. I'm grateful that, we have to flip to the other side, but actually in this package, there's some things we're doing for some elementary schools as well. Right, the slide before? So we should there we go. So we've got Copperview, Oak Hollow, which I'm very grateful for, Canyon View, Oakdale, and then the 7 elementary schools for the door locks, which Andrew mentioned. I think it's probably very difficult when we go through all of these budgets, especially for the business administrator, because we do have so many needs and we have a lot of elementary schools. So I think the nature of it in and of itself, because we have so many elementary schools and we only have 5, it's kind of hard because in every small capital funds presentation I've been on in the last 5 years, we always have some elementary schools in there. They just can't be rotated as quickly as the high schools because we only have 5 high schools. So I think that's something to keep in mind as well. Also, I just wanted to point out that foods class, did anyone else notice there's a waiting list of 700? Let's just give a huge congratulations to whoever is teaching foods.
No, I met her, she's
She must
fantastic,
be
yeah.
rocking it if there's 700 other kids that want to be in her classroom. So that's high quality learning. Thank you, foods teacher at Alta. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, she's very impressive.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think, thank you, Leon, for this presentation, and yeah, we look forward
Why
to.
can't we, if it's okay, we'll get some pricing on what Field Turf can do on a couple of these, get more updates on this Alta Foods Lab, and maybe even look at some elementary, I'll call it a little bit refreshing and bring that back, at least to the committee.
Okay.
We're meeting in January and go from there. That's okay.
Okay, that sounds great. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the Long Range Planning Committee update, and Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator, will present this as well.
Thank you again. We did get the date right on that one. So, again, we've heard a lot, since we started this process back in September. And so what we're doing is we're using the term recalibrate the boundary study, to do a more holistic look at the feeder systems. We know we're never going to get our feeder systems perfect. We do have, a handful of schools, elementary schools, that feed into more than one middle school. Glacier Hills is a prime example. Everybody, one of the talks out there was the Glacier Hills was a seamless issue, but it wasn't, because it does feed into 2 middle schools. Half of it goes to Mount Jordan, half of it goes to Eastmont. So, and we do have a handful of other elementary schools that go out there. We want to look at the health of our secondary feeders and continue to look at our priorities and our timelines moving forward on this. So with that, we are not going to have the public hearings at the December 2nd. We said we would have public hearings at the end of January at Park Lane and Granite. We are not going to have those. Again, we have to give 30-day notice when we do have those. So again, we still may go forward with the proposal in 2026, but we will say we will be actually resetting the 90-day process and all that, and open up that window and give out timelines for when the public hearings will take place. We are expecting declines. We do make projections every year. We're going to be working on those. We always wait till we get the open enrollment projections or the open enrollment permits done before we start making our projections, because a lot of it goes off that. We also look at the birth rates. We just got those last week, for the 2024. The good news is we were up about 60 births in our zip codes. So we've seemed to maybe have bottomed out there again. But again, we still have that issue of the incoming kindergartners are just not nearly as many, almost 1,000 students less than the outgoing seniors. And so that's a problem that we're going to have for the next couple of years. And so, they factor in the birth rates into our projections. Again, it's the elementaries, as we look out 5 years for that. And so we want to look at, long-term capacities and feeder patterns, as I said. And as we also, as mentioned with the small capital, as we look at making significant facility investments, and I wouldn't say that's just carpet or lighting, but that's really a new school, if you will. How does that align with the boundaries going forward? How big do we want our elementary schools, or how small do we want our elementary schools moving forward? We have some out there, Draper and Sunrise, who push 650 or more. And then as we said, we have several that are just in around that 300 range. So again, we're going to look at expanding the boundary study to look at the secondary feeders, and we'll give a new priorities and a projected timeline, keep the community informed as we move forward with that. So, oops, I was going the wrong way. I apologize. I thought that sounded weird. But here's our study. Again, we'll continue to study it through this winter and spring, and possibly in the fall of 2026 bring forth some more recommendations, or they may still be the same recommendations that we have now, and try to refine our proposals based on the feedback we get. And whether or not we want to take another recommendation a year from now in winter of 26, we can look at that. Also want to give you a quick update on the Bella Vista Ridgecrest transition planning. Our most important thing is our students. We want every one of them to feel welcome wherever they go to school. And we know there will be about 100 who will be transitioning down to from Ridgecrest into East Midville, and all of the Bella Vista students transitioning into the Ridgecrest building. We want to preserve the strengths and traditions of both schools, and we want to, of course, minimize any disruptions, as well as provide updates to family and staff. So with that, we want to announce that we don't have it on there, but we will be keeping Sarah Allen as the principal at Ridgecrest. We feel like she is the best one to head this transition forward, with it being a DLI school moving forward. So she will be the principal next year. That does not need to be approved because she already is the principal there. We will also be keeping Amy Sandgren as the principal at East Midville. This is her first year. She's done fantastic. We will be recommending you the placement of Barbara Winder, the current principal at Bella Vista, in January, probably either the second meeting in January or that first meeting in February. With that, Kirsten and the principals have been drafting a communication that will go out tomorrow, or not necessarily tomorrow, but before the end of this week, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. It will be from Sarah to all of her community, and from Amy to her community, as well as the new community there that will be going to East Midville. So that will be coming out later this week. So with that, we are still working. We want to emphasize a lot of our employees concerned about the staffing and the transfer process. We will be following our policy on that, as we stated, and it's basically based on seniority going forward. And so we have those policies. You can look at the QR code there and find those if any of our staff are interested. We also want to guarantee, as we said, we guarantee every contracted position. That's all our teachers. If we have any counselors, social workers, psychologists, speech language pathologists, they will all have jobs. We've guaranteed them a job. And same with our contracted ESPs, that's the lunch managers, the custodians, the head admin assistants in the front office as well. So we want to make sure that, as we said that last time, and that is our promise going forward with this. So with that, happy to answer any questions, comments you may have with this.
Okay, board, are there any comments or questions? And I also think the board just needs to have a discussion about this proposal, because this is from a committee, and really it's up to the board if we want to go along with this or if we want to change this proposal or what we want to do. And also, I do think if we decide to go along with all or part of this, we need to have a motion and a vote. I think that's what would be most transparent, and so that would probably have to happen in January, or one of the January meetings. So anyway, any comments or thoughts? Mrs. Nybar?
I'm very grateful for a pause, especially with the Park Lane Willow Canyon. I think that is the right call. I think that when we're taking measures that have such impact, I think it's prudent to not move too quickly and to really study this out a little further. I also, I have a lot of reservations regarding what will happen with potential growth in the future in those communities with the more affordable housing. As was just pointed out in one of the patron comments about some new developments going on. But so I think that's great. One concern I do have about pausing on the Granite Elementary is we did hear from a number of parents that were saying they would like a change because they do feel like their school doesn't have enough numbers to support all the programs. It seemed to me when we went to the community input meeting, the biggest concerns were staying together and keeping the ECC with them and then protecting their feeder pattern. And I'm not saying that I advocate to move forward with closing Granite at all, but I wonder if, because once we made this announcement about the new study, I think I went back and looked, we only received one email of someone concerned by it, and we did have some positive feedback from some of the Granite community. So I want to hear more from them, and so that's my largest concern, is if we think we're doing them a favor, if the majority of them say, you know, I just remember some families standing up and saying, yeah, we are worried about this. We want to have multiple classes for our kids to go to and not just one teacher per grade and things like that, because their number is pretty, their number is pretty low. So that's my only concern. Maybe some of you can speak to that.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else want to say something? Mrs. Oakes?
Yeah, I have similar feelings to Ms. Nyberg. I mean, honestly, I was a little shocked and surprised when I saw the new proposal. I was like, whoa, this is an about face. And I similarly am concerned because the feedback we've gotten, not just from Granite parents, but also from Granite faculty and admin, is that this is not sustainable and it's causing a lot of stress for teachers. And, you know, just like Ms. Nyberg said, we really tried to listen and talked about finding a solution for the EEC units to stay with them and for the feeder patterns. And it was actually the suggestion of the community that they should be combined with Quail Hollow. I don't know why we wouldn't move forward with hearing from the community more about that. It seems like a natural solution to me, but maybe there's something I'm not understanding. The other thing is, and I'm not altogether opposed to moving forward and looking at that with Park Lane as well. I know that there's some discussion about, do we, build a school in the future? I recognize this idea or concern about having a large geographic area without an elementary school in it. I'm not opposed to, looking at that, but I have a couple questions and a comment beyond that. One is, I know there are a lot of parents who are nervous about having their kids move to a larger elementary school. It feels very unfamiliar. They're concerned about busing. They're concerned about just it feeling larger than what they're used to and what they're comfortable with. But I need to tell you, all 5 of my children went all the way through Draper Elementary, which has been the most populated elementary school the whole time of the district. It was awesome. It was awesome. It's a very high performing school. They had a lot of additional opportunities because of it, lots of engagement and involvement from the PTA. In fact, when we were delivering gifts to principals this last week, I had a chance to go in and meet with Ronnie Mulqueen, which anyone who's listening from the Granite community will recognize that name because she was principal at Granite Elementary directly before she went to Draper Elementary. And if you ask Ronnie how it's going, she's like, this is awesome. There are so many things about having a larger population that are fantastic. And I'm going to tell you right now, as a parent who had children go on the bus, I know it seems like a terrible thing from some of the feedback we've gotten from people, but it is the most magical thing known to a parent. Like, my kids would walk out the door and magically make it to school, and they would walk in the door magically home from school, and they would have wonderful stories. They had a great experience. I think there's a large tendency for us to fear the unknown or the unfamiliar, But for us, like having a larger elementary school and having busing was an amazing experience. And I don't know if we can make long-term financial decisions for the district and also like the quality of being able to support classrooms based off of just those factors, when the truth is there's pros and cons to both sides of that. So I am reticent to accept this current proposal just because of those reasons. And I guess I have an additional question for the committee of can you outline specifically, beyond what has already been studied or what would be studied in the 90-day period that we already set, what sorts of things you believe you'll be able to get through and analyze differently than before? So that's my question. I want to better understand that.
Okay, I think you guys both raised your hands, so, okay, Mrs. Dolly.
Thank you. Just to let you know, this is just a pause in that we're not going to vote in 90 days on these elementary proposals. It doesn't really change the timeline because we haven't voted by December. Nothing is going to happen fall of 2026. We still have until next December to implement something for fall of 2027. So that doesn't necessarily mean this is changing the timeline for Granite and Park Lane. It's just allowing us, instead of voting on that proposal right now and then coming back and tweaking it as we look at these other items, it's just allowing us, we're going to let that sit for a minute because one of the things that has come out as we've talked to this, and I spoke with Park Lane parents last week, is their number one concern now is Eastmont and Jordan. And so we want to look at how are we strengthening that feeder, and maybe that comes back and impacts those elementary boundaries a little bit. The other thing is, as we have made this new proposal, I call it like dominoes. So we knock down those first dominoes. Well, there's other dominoes that fall with that, particularly as we look at the other small schools that were identified previously. And this area is a little bit more tricky than Bella Vista in that all these schools sort of run into each other. We had Willow Canyon, Park Lane, Granite, Quail Hollow, Brookwood, Oakdale, and then as you look at some of the other neighboring schools like Peruvian and Silver Mesa, their numbers look great because of their special programs, but when you look at the neighborhood programs, those are small also. So we have to really look at all of those pieces. And then right now we're addressing elementary because those numbers are dropping off. Well, those numbers are going to roll into our middle school and in our high school in 5 years. Well, what does that look like? So we're really looking at creating a holistic 5-year plan that we think based on projections, what those numbers are going to look like, and then overlaying our sped placements and our new school buildings. You know, as we're building some new elementary schools, where is the best places for those? And so that's what we're looking at with this new plan, why we're putting this on pause, and to make sure all of those pieces are solid going into this.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Dolly. Mr. Edel, do you want to add more?
Yeah, so I'm glad Ms. Dolly went first because you can see how fantastic it is to work with her on the long-range planning committee. And I do want to say how much I appreciate working with everyone. So there's a fairly substantial group, and it's been really, really difficult, but really fantastic people and a lot of different things that we've been able to look at and have great discussions. I also want to say that I appreciate the discussion here, and I'm glad that we're giving more input. So just let's have a great discussion here, because I think, and I had mentioned it in our long-range planning committee, that I think we're at a point, right, where we need some board discussion so that we can have some whole board direction as we move forward. So I'm glad that we're having these conversations. I do want to point out, since Karen's not here to point it out for us, that Willow Canyon's 10-day count was 2 more than Granite. And so that's a fairly significant concern as we look at it. Ms. Dolly addressed a lot of the issues as to what are we hoping to see. But I think one of the other major things that these all lead to is what, if any, elementary schools are we going to replace? And if we want to go down that path, we need to have more pieces identified and what the impact of that is. And we do need to make sure that we have that looked at across our whole ecosystem. And so, Ms. Oaks, you had asked, like, what are we hoping to gain? And to be honest, from my perspective, I think that's one of the biggest items is if we're going to be replacing some of our aging elementary schools, what does that look like? Because it doesn't make sense to shuffle populations only to reshuffle populations. And I think that nobody wants that, right? Shuffling populations once among a generation essentially is a lot, and so I would hate to do that more. I think in a perfect world, we would just like move some elementary schools up and down and across the map and redraw some borders, and it'd be super easy and everybody would be happy and be on their way. We know that's not that easy, and so we can't just do that. Our community demands that we don't. So from my perspective, I think that those are the really, really big items. And you know, I've had some differing opinions that I've shared in the past about Granite and what that should merge to. I do want to express my support for what we've looked at right now with Granite and Quail Hollow, but also acknowledge and support some of Ms. Dolly's reservations of making sure that we have the full picture of the other elementaries, especially in that loop up there, and what does that look like in the future. So while I think this makes sense, we need to press forward with it. I also think that it is fair to kind of look at that whole line and what does it look like in the end, right? With those schools and the whole East Bench is having some population issues right now. And that's what this has all come down to. So I feel like I've babbled a lot, but I hope I've kind of addressed some of the questions that we've had. And hopefully, too, you understand that I feel like, as a whole, we seem to be fairly on the same page, just different spots on the page, right? But I'd love to hear your continued feedback, maybe with some of those gaps filled in as well. And then I haven't heard from Jackson.
No, Mr. Lewis, do you want to say anything or not? You're the last person. Not right now? Okay, then I will say some stuff. So I am hesitant as well because to at least push pause. I'm wondering if we can't at least look at Granite. I mean, but I want to hear, if you don't want to do that, I want to know like why we don't want to do that, because I feel like right now we've stirred a giant pot, right? And if we're just going to push pause, that's going to, like, I'm 100% not okay with doing this in a year. Like, I want to do it in the spring because I just don't think it's okay to leave the communities, like, with not knowing what's going to happen for that long. Like, I've recently talked to some Bella Vista patrons, and what they said is the hardest part was the 90 days of not knowing. And I feel like if we're just pausing and saying, oh, it's going to be next December, then it's like a whole other year of unknown for them. So I would rather just make a decision or say we're going to look at this in 2 years. You know what I mean? That's personally what I would like to do. Because I do think, I mean, as a board, we started a process, and I think we need to finish it. I mean, we love to talk about process up here. So we did start a process. And, you know, it's not easy. It's not easy. But it was our commitment as a board to make a decision. So I don't know. What is everyone's thoughts about that? Or what did long-range planning decide about not doing Granite right now, at least doing Granite right now? When they came, I mean, they came to us a year ago and said, please do something to help us, right? Parents did and teachers did. And also we've had emails about it.
And Katie and Andrew, if you want to comment as well. I think Katie hit it pretty direct in that we can't do anything for the fall of 26. And so it'd have to be the fall of 27. And so I think that was the idea of continue to look at proposals moving forward. We still may go back with this Willow Canyon, Park Lane, Granite, Quail Hollow proposal that we have out there. But again, continue to make sure we are, one of the things we are concerned about is that east side, when you have Brookwood on the other side of Highland, but then on the east side, and then on the west side, you got Silver Mesa and Oakdale, all with shrinking, declining enrollments. And then further down, you get into East Sandy and then into Peruvian Park, as well as Sandy. And so where does, making sure everything's aligned as well as our SPED population too. We heard a lot about that. Most of our schools have a unit now, and how do we continue to decline? If we consolidate, where do those units go? Because we just, placing them has been a challenge for Terry and her team. So that would be the main thing, is we do have that year, but obviously we'll take direction from the board, and if you want us to come back with a proposal that we could have by the end of this school year, we can do that as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Edel? Oh, I was just going to say, board, are there a majority of us that want to go with this? Do we just pause and study further for now? Mr. Edel first, then Ms.
Sorry, I guess I was going to give my opinion to something similar to that, and I would love to hear it from everyone else. And I want to just reiterate some points just to make it clear. I feel like coming off the long-range planning committee, I'm at a point of privilege, and I don't want it to seem like I'm speaking for the committee, right? I'm just speaking for me. I also don't want it to seem like we've got lots of disagreements. I think we just have lots of discussion that we've had happen, and I've mentioned several times how much I appreciate working with the different members of the committee, and I feel like we work really well, and we've done a lot of great work. So from my perspective, acknowledging that there are some more items to look at on that east bench, at this point in time, I would be comfortable moving forward with merging Granite into Quail Hollow. Acknowledging that there are other pieces that we're missing, but I think that for that community, that would be the right thing to do right now, in my opinion, right? I would also be comfortable, I don't know if delay is the right word, but taking our time to get the Park Lane, Willow Canyon, et cetera area, along with its feeder system, right. And that might mean we don't bring back a proposal in 2026. I would be comfortable with that, with the reservation of, I am concerned about Willow Canyon, and I think that there's, I don't know, I kind of feel like Willow Canyon loses. So I guess that's my reservation on that end for that. But at the same time, I think as we look at the Jordan Eastmont feeder, so I've brought it up a few times, right? And Mount Jordan's in there as well. But Mount Jordan's not struggling as much as Eastmont is at the moment. And I think it's really important that we don't rush to anything and that we're able to do that correctly. I would, and I brought that concern up before, which is my concern that we rush into anything. And so I think, President, you had brought up not getting into it this fall. I would be comfortable if we didn't bring back a proposal for Willow Canyon Park Lane this fall as well. Again, my reservation is with Willow Canyon. And with that, I do really would appreciate hearing others' feedback and kind of what they would be comfortable with as well.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Dolly.
Just to give my opinion on this, as far as my personal opinion with these two proposals is, I'm very comfortable with both these proposals. I think we're just wanting to make sure all the other outlying pieces are solid before we go forward with these proposals. So we're not trying to keep people guessing
kind of thing. Like, I think these proposals are still sitting there. We're just looking at these other pieces to make sure that's still the right thing.
Okay, okay, that makes sense. Mrs. Oaks.
I appreciate the conversation, and I love the varying perspectives I hadn't considered before. I just do want to caution us on a couple things. One is that we have taken up, when we talk about saving on cost, we have taken so much time, effort, and money, just even as a district, to be able to run through the 90 days that we had previously. We've had an amazing amount of staff time dedicated to this. We've had mailers go out, I mean, hundreds of additional hours, and that's not free. I mean, that is cost that's involved, right? The other thing is, for as much as there are a lot of people who don't want change, and they feel, you know, we've heard comments made like, you're yanking my chain. I can't help but feel like if we don't move forward in some measure, that the community can also feel that way, because we've informed them that there is a strong possibility this may happen, that we're going to meet, and then in the next moment we're not going to meet. I mean, it becomes very confusing and difficult for them to trust the communications that we send out as a district. And so that is a concern for me, is what kind of precedents are we setting? And of course, it's important to listen to the community, and I feel like in large measure we have done that, and we've responded, and we have pivoted. I just want us to stop and consider the expense that goes through, you know, we go through as a district every time we decide to change the plan or you know, run another 90 days or study it, and also what it's like on the receiving end and the amount of confusion that can cause.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from this side? Mr. Lewis.
I want to partially echo what Andrew has already said. I am also very comfortable with moving forward with the Granite and Quail Hollow consolidation. It doesn't seem overtly controversial, and it seems fairly straightforward. I also am comfortable with not seeing a return of the Park Lane Willow Canyon proposition. My thoughts on it thus far is I'm not sure that I've seen enough to support closing Park Lane in favor of Willow Canyon. So I would love to see that debated further if we are going to continue debating it. Otherwise, I have no issue with not seeing a return next year.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Nybar.
I mean, I started this with saying I would be interested in moving forward with doing the community input with Granite. I think the home prices in that area are such that I think it's pretty likely there won't be a lot of young family and new growth in that area right away. I do very much agree with what was said in patron comments. I do think we need to be very prudent and really think through these steps, because that is true. The very best thing we have to offer in public schools is that we have a neighborhood school. That's what people like about going to public school, is they get to go to the neighborhood school. And I do think that when we close down a school, it has a lot of effect on the community, on the property values, on those things. I'd be very interested when we're looking at the, for me, I feel like any elementary school that's in the 200s is something we need to really look at. I think any elementary school that's in 300s or higher is something we need to say our eye is out for it. If there's market correction with just interest rates, clearly property values aren't going down anytime soon in Utah. And that's a good thing in a lot of ways, and speaks highly of our economy and that our state's a great place to live. But there could be some market corrections with mortgage rates, which would make a difference with some of these other areas that, you know, the numbers are lower. So I am more than happy to say with Park Lane and Willow Canyon to go ahead and even do a 2-year pause.
that would be fine with me. I think with Granite, I think this new proposal it did come from the community at their suggestion. It protects their feeder pattern. It keeps them together. I know there's this little sliver that goes to Lone Peak. I would be interested in going to the community meeting and just hearing what their feedback is and what they have to say. And if they are adamant that they don't want that and they're so happy and that they want to continue in their small school, I just don't feel that's the feedback we've received. So I don't want to do anything that negatively impacts. And I have also I also have heard reports from the teachers and the support staff and the administrators in that school building that it is difficult, so.
Okay, thank you, board. Okay, so I think there's a majority of us, but I do want to ask Katie that we want to move forward with the current 90 days and having at least the hearing for Granite. I mean, Katie, is that okay with you? Because that is what I'm hearing from a majority of people.
The reality is I'd like to just wait and do them both later on once we look at these other pieces, instead of trying to split these off as two separate things.
Okay, I don't know what to do, board. It's hard, because I know that is your area, Katie, so, I don't know. Board, are you okay? Just, I guess, pushing pause on both of them? No? Yeah, Mrs. Oaks.
I would be okay pushing pause if we can get some feedback from administrators and faculty at Granite. Like how that would impact them. You have a listening tour coming up. Yeah, I mean, I feel like,
Okay.
and maybe we delay the decision on that part
Yeah.
in particular after we get a bit of feedback from them.
Okay, well, I do agree with that. Board, are you guys okay with that, getting feedback from Granite?
Yeah, no, that's true.
Mr. Edel?
I feel that a key component of how I feel about it came from Granite.
Well, it is telling that we haven't received any emails from them. We have,
Sorry, not from the community,
from
admin,
right? From admin, from teachers, actually from parents that came a year ago and asked for us to do something, right? So, okay, Mrs. Dolly.
I would hesitate, well, one, we haven't put this on to actually have a vote on it tonight, but I would, because this is the first time this has come forward, I haven't had the chance to go to my communities, and both Park Lane and Granite, to see what their feelings are on this. I worry, again, we're creating an issue that we're pitting communities against each other, because one has worked with us and has been very willing to, understand the process, and one's been a lot more vocal, and so what kind of message are we sending a little bit that way? So I think it's important that we get feedback on this new proposal before we make any decision on going forward with one and not going forward with the other, and while we're still seeking out information that really could impact these others. Because one of the, as we roll into Brookwood and those other areas, is this still the right Granite and Quail Hollow? Making sure that is the right thing as we're still looking at those other areas. Again, it doesn't change the timeline for either of these. It's just only we're making a decision sooner rather than later. I get the waiting, and we've heard that from the administrators, like the dragging it out. But I think understanding that this is still sitting there, we're just making sure, looking at these other things in the process while we're still within our timeline for fall of 27.
Okay, can I just say one thing? And that is, what kind of feedback do we feel like we need as a board? I mean, Mrs. Nywar.
Yeah, I was going to talk about that. I think if we're pausing and going to get feedback from the school, I also want to get feedback from the community for sure. And that's why I'm interested in doing the community input meeting, because it was a different proposal than what it was before. Before, it was really not a good proposal. Granite was being splintered too much, and it was ruining their feeder pattern, and they were feeling very divided. this is a different proposal. I'm fine with not moving forward with the community input meeting and instead just doing a survey to the Granite families and community too. Because that's my largest concern, is just because we haven't gotten, and we've got one email, but I haven't seen any other emails from anyone in the Granite community that was frustrated or upset with this current proposal. So I think a survey would be great, and to see, you know, what they're thinking too, because we already have heard, and we can still ask the school, of course, please do. You know, and I know there's teachers that want to, you know, I mean, there's teachers that came and spoke here that are really interested in keeping Granite open. But I think if we're going to seek input, we definitely need to seek it from all stakeholders, including parents and families.
Okay, any other comments? I do think a survey is hard, because if we ask, do you want, like, should we keep your school open? Everyone's going to say yes. I guess we could ask, like, just for your feedback on the proposal. Yeah. Mrs. Nywer?
I'm sorry. Okay, the thought that I have is, and this is so hard to survey, but my concern is we do a 2-year-long study, and then there's a different proposal for Granite because it is small numbers, but it's something they like way less. That's something that they have major concerns with, and they say, oh, but we already, you know, we wanted to do the Quail Hollow, and that protected our feeder patterns. So that's an outcome that we wouldn't know about it, but that's my hesitation. Is my concern is I feel like this proposal comes from the community and we listened, and my concern with pausing it is next time around, if we have this global look, all of a sudden are all these families going to be like, man, we almost had it. We almost had it exactly what we wanted. And then 2 years later, they came back and they changed us, and now we don't like it at all. That's the thing I'm worried about.
Okay, well, this has been a really good discussion. I mean, this is really the first time that, like, the board has been able to discuss these two proposals. So, I mean, we're not making a decision tonight just because we're not going to vote on it. So I think we can just continue to think about it over the holidays. And then I assume we'll probably have it on the agenda in January. And for now, I guess we're just going forward with what was on the presentation for now. Right? Okay. Okay, thank you, board. Now we're going to go on to the next item on the agenda, which is the K-12 math curriculum adoption proposal, second reading, and Dr. Amber Roderick-Landward, Director of ISD, will be presenting this.
Good. I am excited to be here for the second reading for our K-12 math proposal. We have a number of things to discuss tonight, so I will walk through some information so that we can reserve time for questions. So just as a quick point of reference, we are proposing a district-wide primary curriculum for elementary, middle, and high school. The curriculum at the elementary level is called Amplify Desmos Math. At the middle school and high school, we are proposing Reveal Math from McGraw-Hill. When we met at our first reading, there were some questions and a request to come back to talk a little bit more about the STEM connections within the curriculum and to dig a little bit deeper into that. So I wanted to really start by making sure that everybody has the same frame of reference for the STEM connections that are intentionally built into the math standards. So since the math standards have been revised every iteration since about 2010, there's been a real intentional lens towards thinking about how we can look at math as that foundational language for STEM, particularly when we think about the problem solving, the inquiry, and the most recently, the continued emphasis on integrating the mathematical practices as well as a greater focus on data science. And I want to just give you a little bit more specifics about what that means. So with this current proposal of standards by the Utah State Board of Education, they have taken the math practices that have previously been kind of adjacent to the standards as those best practices and been very explicit about what that looks like then at every single grade level. So you can see I've listed the math practices here on these slides. These are now organized with specific skills defined for each grade level that are now part of the standards. Simultaneously, they've also strengthened and been more explicit about the data science component at each level. And so, as my team has mentioned to me, this is not just statistics, it's like statistics on steroids. So it's really looking at that statistical literacy and what we need to know as citizens across the K-12 spectrum. So with these two things in mind, when we're looking at curriculum, because these are part of our standards, we are looking for curricula that directly aligns to these specific components. And that's what we've got in the programs that we are proposing to you right now. So looking a little bit closer at what that means for elementary, I just wanted to highlight again, and you've seen these in the slides, so I'm not going to repeat them, but this just notes some of the key components of the elementary program that really focuses on beginning each lesson with that moment of inquiry. And one of the things that all three of the programs do really well, and what struck all of us in terms of being a huge benefit to all of our students, is that deep connection to relevance in terms of the real world and seeing something consistently across an entire unit. So for example, in the elementary program, you see here that in the 4th grade unit, they're really looking at, they start out with a literacy component and a specific real world story that then connects across every lesson that gets them deep thinking. Oh my gosh, sorry, it's late. I'm like tripping over my words here, I apologize. But it gets the students thinking really deeply about how to connect beyond just mathematical equations. And so for this particular unit, they're looking at the component of looking at how fish are hatching. They look at the a number of statistical components in addition to the mathematical application. You can also see then that they carry those stories into both the investigation but also into the hands-on applications within the lesson. And then within every single lesson structure and across the unit, there are specific open-ended components for extension to be able to support students with going even deeper into their reasoning and critical thinking into the real world related to science, engineering, and technology. When we move into the secondary math curriculum, similar to the elementary, the program, every lesson begins with an inquiry component and really focuses the students on what's happening in the real world outside of the classroom, and that continues throughout the unit. They move through the lesson and are guided into specific opportunities to dig deeper into problem solving through inquiry-based prompts, both in dialogue but also through their use of technology tools that are embedded in the program. And so one of the exciting things about some of these components, I know we've had some questions specifically about technology and the digital tools, the thoughtfulness with which these programs that we've selected to propose for our district-wide curriculum have specific technology tools that really enhance the instruction versus making it a crutch for both our teachers and our students. And that really comes through in the structure of the lesson and how you can utilize some of these tools. So the advanced opportunities that our students have to look at not just graphing calculators, but other statistical analyses components that you simply can't do without technology, and those are thoughtfully embedded across the units. So again, just here's another example of an interactive presentation that the students can continue to access, which is also a strength of our secondary program because students can access these at home outside of class should they need more support in completing their homework or preparing for additional demonstrations of mastery that they need to do during class time. So hopefully that gives you just a little bit bigger picture of what's happening in terms of those STEM connections. In our high quality learning committee meeting, 2 weeks ago, a week ago, they all run together, we talked a little bit about some of the things that are happening with regards to the math standards and discussion at USBE. And the members of that committee thought it might be helpful to integrate those discussion points into tonight's presentation because I think that they're going to continue to come up as USBE moves forward in making decisions about their standards. So we learned recently that the USBE board is considering switching from the integrated pathway, which we have had since 2010 as a statewide model, to potentially moving back to the traditional pathway for high school mathematics. The traditional pathway for mathematics is a sequence of algebra, geometry, and algebra 2,
which is different than what we are currently doing, which is secondary 1, 2, or 3. They are considering switching statewide, or there is a lot of talk right now and seeming favor to letting districts choose which model they want to implement, which means we could be doing something different than our neighbors in every direction. It would also mean that the state is then running 2 systems of accountability, both for the districts that are running the integrated model and those that are running the AGA model. So I outlined some of the information in terms of what you need to know with regards to that pathway. One of the things that I think is important for our patrons and all of our educators to understand is that regardless of the pathway, the standards that have been revised remain the same. They're just organized and sequenced differently within those courses. So when we hear a lot of questions and concerns either from parents or educators related to liking one model over the other, particularly because they see the traditional model as being the way that they learned and it not being as confusing as this new math. That new math component actually doesn't change because those are the mathematical practices that are evidence-based in terms of the most effective math instruction. So those are just some distinctions that I think are important to note. We are continue to be told that the board will make a decision in January about approval of the standards and or the pathway vote for the state. Some of the things that I think are important I've noted here on this slide, and again, these come from information that we've heard from various stakeholders that sometimes might be a little bit of a misconception or based on not the full amount of information. So I've just noted some of those key components there that I think are important for us to think about as district leaders and how we might want to go about making the decision if we are faced with having to choose as a district which pathway. So as I mentioned earlier, the mathematical practices do not change. Best instruction for math instruction doesn't change. The standards don't change, just how they're sequenced does. In terms of implementation and what that looks like, when we were a traditional pathway as a state and very early on as a school district, at that time there were practices that allowed students to repeat courses if they had failed. And that is an assumption that that will be allowed if we go back to the traditional pathway, but actually there is state statute that does not allow for that to happen. So if I am a 9th grade student and I fail algebra, it doesn't mean that I take it again in 10th grade. It means that I go through the credit recovery process that we have in place now. We also can't separate Algebra 1, for example, across 2 years, which was a practice about 15, 20 years ago in a number of districts. So those things that I think are assumed that we'll go back to, actually, we have statute that prevents us from doing that, and it's also not best for kids, so we wouldn't want to do that anyway. So just some of those things to keep in mind. I think one of the biggest things that we need to make sure that we communicate about this debate, so to speak, is that the impact it would have on our students who are desiring to take advanced math courses, which over the last decade we have actually seen a huge number of our students taking advanced courses, both AP and concurrent enrollment in mathematics. And if the move by the state is to go back to a traditional pathway, we are not giving our students the opportunity to take as many of those classes during their time in high school. Also, the entry point is pushed off until their senior year. So this would likely decrease the number of students compared to what we currently have who are taking advanced courses in math overall. So I shared on this slide the pathway comparison. So those first 4 columns are what we have available now with our integrated pathways in Canyons. So you can see for our students who are interested in the honors pathway and taking the AP courses, they have multiple entry points, and they can begin, if they choose the honors pathway in high school, they can actually take AP Calculus their junior year, and then should they choose to take an additional advanced placement course or concurrent enrollment course, they can do that again their senior year as well. The reason that this is possible is because in the honors courses for secondary 1, 2, and 3 at the high school level, the pre-calculus standards are embedded into those classes as actual standards. That is not the case with the traditional model. So you can see in those last two columns, the AGA or the traditional pathway put students in a position where if they are desiring to take AP Calculus, for example, they would need to take pre-calculus. That would be a prerequisite, and that would not be available to them until they have been successful with Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2, and then that makes AP Calculus an option for them their senior year rather than their junior year. So this is a pretty big shift for our high schools and what they would have access to. So in terms of immediate implications for us as a school district, some things that I think are relevant right now to this conversation, even though our conversation is about curriculum, it could have some impact on how we move forward, at least with the high school curriculum. So one of the things that we are hearing is that there could be in January a delay for the high school standards. So they may approve the K-8 math standards that have been proposed and then hold off and take a little bit more time for those 9 to 12 standards and the decision about the integrated versus the traditional pathway. What that does for us, regardless, is put us in a little bit of a conundrum with the assessment and the implementation timeline. So regardless of whichever standards and pathway they move forward with high school, next year, as far as we understand it, they are planning and moving forward with the expectation that all districts give the RISE assessments for our high school courses, including math, which would mean that if the standards are not approved, those RISE assessments would continue to be based on what we are doing right now, which are the integrated standards that we currently have in place. That means that in the 27-28 year, we'd not only be implementing new standards, but also a new assessment that would likely be different than the one that they will be taking next year. So you can see what that does in terms of us understanding our data and moving forward, and just some things to think about. So if we get to choose the pathway, we will need to make that decision. I would imagine it would be pretty quick. So that's one thing to look forward to if that comes to fruition at the top of the new year in January. So there you have some of the information. We've got a lot of these things we're already talking about, and so it's just a matter of, again, kind of waiting for USBE so that we can bring together some more information and a proposal to y'all once we have an idea of what that proposal needs to look like. So do you want me to just keep going, then we can talk about all, okay, they're really big pieces, I know, and they're all drastically different. We go from STEM to the integrated pathways to now we're gonna talk money. But this is all the fun stuff when it comes to curriculum. There's lots of moving parts. So in our first reading, I shared with you that I was going to do my best to come back with the closest approximation of what we know to date in terms of our negotiations for the cost of these curricula programs. So at the elementary level, and I'll just kind of preface this with, we are still, we'll be in negotiations until you all take action on whether or not we approve this, and then we can really start to, our new purchasing person over curriculum is really playing hardball and asking for a lot of discounts, and I believe that she will be successful. And so what you see here are not the exact totals, but just an approximation. So for the elementary, we are looking at roughly $36 per student annually, and what that cost covers is the consumable workbook that is essentially their textbook, the digital license for the students, as well as the Boost intervention, which supports both extension and scaffolding and intervention for our students at both ends there. The teachers' resources would be free at this point in how they're discussing negotiations, as well as the centers for small group instruction. Those would also be free. There'd be a one-time manipulative purchase that would just be purchased at the beginning of the adoption, and that is roughly $500 per teacher. So you can see that our first year total is a little bit different than what we would be paying ongoing. And again, this is based on our current number of students and teachers and that rough estimate of $36 per student. At the middle school, the cost is roughly $23 per student. You can see I have an asterisk there because that notes that we have several options for purchasing with regards to the middle school program. And we are doing some analysis right now to determine what makes the most sense in terms of the combination of digital versus consumable versus what we might be able to print as a partial consumable or build in as our own textbook. We're exploring a lot of options there to determine what makes the most sense to support implementation while also keeping costs relatively as low as we can. So that $23 is kind of splitting the average of all of those options, and we'll be able to get closer potentially by the third reading, but obviously certainly when we have a decision about how we can move forward. Math, we reviewed, and what we were excited about was that there was an actual print textbook. This isn't something that a lot of districts purchase, is what we've been told recently, and so they don't have a readily available price for us, and so they are working that out, and we will hopefully have that information very soon. But they do have the student digital license, which right now is about $28 per student, and that does not have a print consumable like the middle school. It is just digital, and that is what many of the high schools across the country are using. And then they would throw in the teacher resources, both print and digital, for free. So you can see what the cost there is for our high schools. All of these costs are 1 year. In the contracts that purchasing is discussing with each of these vendors, they are looking at 5 to 7 years in terms of securing that pricing for that long, with some options if needed to renegotiate at the 5-year mark. And so those will be things that we'll continue to work with purchasing and Leon about as we get closer to making a decision. So with that, I'll just turn the time over to you, and as of right now, for our next reading, I plan to bring back any questions that you have right now, but also we've been collecting stakeholder feedback and hope that we'll continue to get more of that in the coming weeks. Right now, we've had 7 people fill out the form and offer feedback, a couple at each level, which has been great. And then hopefully we will have even more information to share with you about what's happening with the discussion at USBE. Questions?
Okay, thank you. Questions, and I think Mrs. Dolly has one.
A couple questions here. First, has the state looked at creating honors for traditional if they go that route? Because I think it's a real disservice to take out that opportunity for kids to take both AP Calculus and AP Statistics.
From what I understand, and Rachel can jump in here and tell me if I am misspeaking, that is not something that they are considering, because again, the standards are specific to pre-calculus and are embedded into the way the secondary honors courses are taught right now, which is very and drastically different than the way if we were to go algebra, geometry, and algebra 2 are taught. Is that true, Rachel?
Yes.
Okay.
So it would be pre-calculus would be a separate class.
Yeah.
It's currently integrated, that's why it's called integrated.
Yeah, so they're not, at least as of now, they've told us that they have not looked at that.
Okay, yeah, I think that's a disservice to our students that want to pursue that pathway. 2 of my kids have taken both of those, and it's really helped them going into college to have had both of those classes taught by our excellent math teachers here in Canyons District. So I think that is something that we really need to highlight the difference as we're seeking this feedback, that people need to understand what you're giving up to go back to a traditional model in that aspect. Secondly, what kind of parent support will we have with these consumable workbooks particularly at the elementary, middle school level? That's a lot of feedback we have heard is just parents wanting kids to be able to write their math out. The digital math is, you hear so much backlash about that, I guess, but then also parents having resources to go to help walk their kids through stuff at home. What's available that way?
Really good question. So with each of the programs, both the elementary, middle, and high school program, the student platform, again, it's the digital platform,
is really comprehensive in terms of the resources for students and their families to be able to access that give you some of those how-tos. So for example, whether I'm logging in as a 4th grader, as a 7th grader, or as a 9th grader, if I'm entering the student portal and looking at what has been assigned to me by my teacher, within that I have presentations that my teacher may have used or videos that are available to be able to teach me and explain it to me in a different way. There's access to digital tools with the assignments that give me the opportunity to get immediate feedback if the answers are correct. We have been implementing a program called Derivita with our math programs at both middle school and high school. Derivita does align also with Reveal, and the benefit of using Derivita is they get that instant feedback, and it actually shows where within each step the student may have made a mistake so that they see that immediately. There are less quality and less explicit feedback tools that some of our teachers have been using, which is why we get a lot of questions from parents that maybe they're not getting the feedback that they need. But those resources are definitely leaps and bounds ahead of what we currently have available in our math programs at all 3 levels. So I think those will be a huge asset.
Okay, last question is, how does the annual spending for this new curriculum compare to what we're spending now on our math curriculum?
For the elementary, it is actually a little bit cheaper because our contract has run up, and so we're paying nearly double, I think, what our original contract was to extend that license. For middle and high school, because those are open resources, we have not been paying for them at this same rate because we have not purchased the consumables on a regular and consistent basis. Part of that has also been because the textbook and requirement and budgeting has all been on the principal's shoulder for middle and high school, and so we are in discussions, both Mindy Robison, Tom Sherwood, and Leon and McKay and I, to talk through how we can make that a little bit more equitable to make sure that they have what they need in terms of the curriculum, so they're not, we don't have that difference across schools in terms of what they're purchasing.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Oakes?
So in visiting some of the principals this week, I understand that we have a couple elementary schools that are piloting this. Is that correct?
We, not so much piloting, but we have some elementary schools who are willing to be our early adopters.
Okay.
So that should you take action, they want to jump in and start implementing and help us work out all of the kinks before we provide professional learning to the masses. Some are really excited and already asking great questions, and we'd love to have them be our teacher leaders, especially since they're willing to do it. It was completely voluntary, and Kenna, we've got 30 teachers who have volunteered. So we've done some initial discussion and professional learning with them to say, this is what it would look like, and this is how we'd gather feedback and provide ongoing coaching, and we think it will be really great.
So on that point, so one of the principals I met with is a former teacher of a couple of my kids, actually, and who had hosted some before and after school programs with robots and other things that were phenomenal, very hands-on and very engaging with our kids. And she couldn't say enough good things about this math curriculum. She was, and that said a lot to me. I mean, I hear, bits and pieces of concerns from teachers. What is this going to mean? Change is always difficult, right? Especially when you're learning how to teach something. It's not new math, but it's, the approach is different, as you said. But to hear her saying, by the way, this is a principal who absolutely doesn't just believe in STEM, but she believes in STEAM. She believes in the arts, and she's actively trying to provide a lot of artistic opportunities at her school. And she said, I think this is helping us get back to the hands-on math that parents have been wanting and been complaining about with regard to what they have been concerned about with Chromebooks. So I just want to say I am grateful that we're looking at this, and that it sounds to me like a wonderful thing. I agree with Katie about let's not take a giant step backward, please, State Board, of allowing our kids to have really great advanced opportunities if we do go a traditional pathway. That has been for sure one of the benefits that we've seen. But again, anything that gives our kids more of a hands-on opportunity to understand math, I think is the way to go. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Nybar.
Hey, thank you. Couple of questions for you. I think the curriculum, I agree with Ms. Oakes. I think the hands-on and the activities I'm really excited about. Looks like there's an ability for them to do some group work as well, which I'm happy about that because I think the more we can have them collaborate, that's great. On some of those, it's like free for now, but maybe not in the future because we're working a deal. So can you just bring back, you don't have to answer now, but next meeting, what will that cost be in the future so we know? And a comparison between what it is now and what it is annually and what it is going to be. I think that would be good. The other thing is with our elementary school, I have a couple of concerns rather. We do a lot of stuff with paper and pencil right now with math. I'm concerned about if we have these math modules online, if there's going to be homework that needs to be online, how does that change? Chromebooks being brought home. I know, right now we don't have elementary kids bringing their Chromebooks home. I want to know if that's something that would have to happen. No?
That is not something that we are considering. Those things wouldn't change.
Okay, so homework, so any math homework that is brought home, if you're K through 5, will still be paper and pencil.
Yes, right. I mean, right now, you've probably seen with your own students, there's not a lot of homework going home because we really try to build that into the math block so that we can provide that support along the way. We certainly send out resources for additional practice that are an option but not required.
Well, my 4th grader brings home a math sheet every day, and I love it. I'm glad for that.
So
that's a good thing.
Those things will still be paper and pencil.
Okay, so we don't have to worry about people who don't have devices at home. Okay. The next question is, right now, currently, in all our elementary schools, during the day when they're doing math time, it's paper and pencil, correct? So now part of that time is going to be on a screen, but part of it's going to be a hands-on thing, and they're also going to have a workbook. And I think to be fair and to be responsive to a lot of the concerns we've had regarding screen time usage, I think we probably need you to bring back what does that look like for these kids? Because it does look amazing, and I'm excited for my kids to try it. But I also am, especially with my elementary school kids as a mom, I really am concerned about the hours they are on screens, and definitely how that affects behavior patterns and things like that. So just if we can see what that would look like, I think that would be really important. Also, I know there was a group of parents that were saying, hey, we just have some classrooms that are just all paper and pencil, and, can we go back to that? And would you be willing to even have these special little cohorts that way? So I think, I know in the past we've talked about it, and then we formed that committee of, digital citizenship and awareness and all of that. And I just think we need to be sensitive to that group and see if there was any sort of alternative or something like that. Maybe they would all just love it because there's also that collaborative, but I'm interested in knowing that piece. So if you can address that at all, even at a later meeting, that'd be great. And then the last thing is, do we have any feedback from teachers who've tried it?
So we haven't had teachers who have implemented it extensively yet. We have a number who are volunteering to do that. We have had a lot of feedback from the teachers who dug in and researched the program as we were selecting it, and they gave us really great feedback, and which is why we chose this one.
And then will we have the opportunity for them to be on it a little bit before the next reading so we can hear their feedback? Because I would love to hear their feedback.
Teachers have had access to this program since last April, and we've given, as soon as the committee chose this program to bring as a proposal, we've again sent that access out. So teachers have had access, many are dabbling, and then as I mentioned, we've got 30 who are ready to jump in all the way as soon as the decision is made. Okay.
It'd be so cool in the future if we had some PLC or some professional development, like, hey, we're looking at this curriculum. Everyone come to, here at central office, get on a computer and look at it so we can get lots of feedback.
which has been part of the committee's, something that I posted on board docs was also available during the first reading, and it outlines all of the steps for the process that we follow. It includes all of the feedback and opportunities, including those presentations and teacher feedback. And so a lot of that information we really tried to collect even before we brought the proposal to you all. And so I think that that's a really great place to start. And I know that many of the teachers who did participate on the committee would love to jump up here and share their experience being on the committee, but also what they've learned since and looking at it.
Cool. And then last thing, would it be possible if we had just a little demo in the SCCs at the elementary school and the middle school and gathered feedback that way? Because when you say there's only been 7 responses, that's a little less than what we would like.
It's actually been pretty typical for the last handful of years when we put feedback out there.
I know, but maybe if we had a little demo at the SCC, at least we've got a dozen parents in each SCC that could give us some feedback that maybe would be awesome.
Great.
Okay, I think those were some really good questions, but I'm not sure about that SEC thing. That's like a ton of work for you guys to go, unless you just choose a handful.
If you want us to demo, or if you want that done before you make a decision, that would certainly impact our ability to move forward with both the early adopters, the negotiations, and getting the materials here in time for professional learning, which we would like to start in March, and we'd like to have materials for that.
I wasn't thinking ISD would. I was just thinking the principal could go to the exact same. It's just a way to get more input if they just go to that same link that we've provided and just spend a few minutes on it at the beginning of their SCC and just gather feedback. It might be a creative way just to get a little bit more feedback since we haven't gotten much. And I know we generally don't, but just a thought. But it would not requiring any time from the ISD. But we don't have to do it. Just a thought.
I don't know. Is that possible, Amber? Like, I just don't know how that would work.
I think our principals continue to put the information in their newsletters, and I think for any SCCs that are coming up, certainly they could add that to show how to access and to address any questions. I think the question I would have for you all is, would you want that done at every single elementary school before you take action? Because I think that would be really challenging for the schools to do, given that they've got set schedules for their SCCs. They're also starting the process of writing their TSSP goals, which is a big agenda item in the January, February, and March SCC meetings. So just those things to keep in mind as well. But we certainly can encourage our principals to bring that up in the SCC as an information point and during the data collection window, which is now until the 3rd reading. But again, it just depends on your directive of if you want that information to make a decision versus just continue to communicate to Holly's point so that they can see it well in advance of when it might be being implemented.
I think we should just continue to communicate unless the board disagrees with me, just because I don't think we should derail the timeline, especially if, we have a change in what USBE decides. I mean, that's going to be a whole nother issue. So, yeah. Okay.
That's going to be fun.
Okay, thank you, Amber. The next item on the agenda is also
we're good?
I think we're good.
Okay.
Yeah, I do think you should bring back the information on screen time unless you know that answer right now for elementary schools.
So I can certainly give broader information on the 3rd reading if you'd like, but the short answer is it won't be a whole lot more screen time. Everything that is organized in the curriculum can be taught paper, pencil. A lot of the teachers will be using technology to demonstrate components, and there are a couple of units at every grade, really rather some specific lessons within each unit for every grade, that it will be at a disadvantage if we don't use technology because of the math modeling that the curriculum allows. It just is much more hands-on, much more real life and applicable versus doing it paper pencil. But I would say the vast majority, it will be that interactive, that manipulative. It will not be necessarily an increase in what we're using, but I can organize that a little bit more succinctly and explicitly for the next reading.
Yeah, and then another question I had is just, is just the budgeting. I mean, I know you have a budget for curriculum, right? I mean, I guess just the board needs to be aware if it's going to take more than what you have in your budget, I think. So, okay,
So,
Superintendent?
Just real quick, in JLC, there are bills out there that may restrict technology K-3 altogether. So
We'll be
I don't know
ready
if you guys
for
are
that.
watching that, but that could have an impact. And then secondly, Holly's not in here, but if you remember from the committee, what came out of that was, I don't necessarily call it an agreement, but that we were not going to require teachers to run dual curriculum, meaning that if they, you know, because we had parents say, well, we want just paper, pencil, and that's it. But that's too much to ask teachers to try and run dual curriculum, both paper, pencil, and digital. I mean, when they can accommodate it, we've kind of left it up to teachers to do the best they can, but that's where we left that, if I remember right. But
Yes, the board did discuss it, and that's where the board, yeah. Yeah, that is where the board, what we decided. So.
But I think just watching this legislation, I'm getting the sense that it's already getting some traction, so
Yeah.
I don't know what that's going to end up doing, but anyway.
Yep. Okay.
We have lots to look forward to.
Okay.
Just one thing to note, it was in the bullets, but just to make sure, in case you didn't have a chance to read through it all, part of what I may be bringing to you, the third reading, is if there is a delay in those high school standards, we may want to discuss delaying a curriculum adoption until we know more about what the standards are going to look like for high school. So I just want to make sure that I'm explicit about that.
Okay, and then also, when do you anticipate third reading, just so for the agenda?
You tell me. January is what I was hoping.
Well, January, yeah.
Which one may we come back to?
Which one is better? Just maybe the 16th, as far as maybe USB will have a decision by then?
I think so, yeah. That would be great. It's just starting at that point, yeah.
Okay, we'll aim for the 16th then for third reading. So.
Okay, that sounds great.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the artificial intelligence report, which we are very excited about. This is also by Dr. Roderick Landward, and I think she has a whole team behind her. So
We do, and
you should
we
introduce
are so
everyone.
excited. I think part of me tripping over my words in the math curriculum piece, not that I'm not excited about the math, I'm very excited, but it's been in anticipation of this particular presentation. We have wanted to share with y'all the incredible work of our team and what they've been doing, not just in our district, but across the state. So I am excited to be able to introduce our AI team. This team focuses, they are primarily housed in instructional supports with the exception of our collaboration with IT. And they are the hub, not an ISD, but they build the web to connect with other departments and our schools to really be able to research, innovate, and help us integrate AI into what we're doing across content areas. So the individuals who serve on this team, one of the incredible things about them, and I think it will make this presentation even more impressive, is understanding that AI is not their full-time job. They all wear multiple hats and have multiple responsibilities in other content areas that they're leading in addition to AI. So when you see the amount of work that they are able to accomplish and lead, it's just that much more impressive because they're doing it simultaneously while they are also leading in arts, while they are also leading in digital citizenship, while they are also leading in PBIS, English language arts, and in information systems in terms of IT. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce our entire team, and then I'm going to give the time to them. So our team is co-led by Emma Moss and Jonathan Stewart. Also on the team is Scott Christensen, who is part of ISD and also leads ELA. JP Kentros is not able to join us tonight, but he is a member of the AI team and also has leadership responsibilities in the arts for secondary. And then we also have been excited to welcome Ryan Neff to the team this last year. He is one of our Field Tech team leaders in IT, and it's been fantastic to have that collaboration. So between these 5 individuals, they are collaborating across departments and at the schools, and I'm gonna let them share with you what we've been doing and where we're heading.
Thank you, Amber, for that introduction, and it's great to be here with you tonight.
Our AI team is fundamentally different. In reality, the fact that we have an AI team is different, but this has helped us move forward with vision and intentionality. Canyon School District was really early on in taking steps toward integrating AI, and that's allowed us to be leaders in the state, nationally, and internationally around AI. We've served as a model district for how to roll out AI safely and with support. And due to this, we've had research requests from Stanford, Duke, and many other organizations on how we did this. In addition, we've been recognized for the work that we've been doing. So these are some examples of things that we've done. We've presented at national conferences at the Future of Education Technology Conference. We were invited to come to Stanford for their AI in K-12 Education Accelerator event that they had. We got to speak at the Utah AI Summit. I actually got to be the kickoff speaker for their pre-summit event because of the things that we've done here, and are recognized in many international groups, including presenting with ISTE to several different countries about what's happening with AI here. We've helped write the state micro-credentials. Scott played a lead role in that. And we've also been very instrumental into other things that are happening here at the state level. One of those I just wanted to highlight. Governor Cox mentioned these in his address at the Utah AI Summit, but the alignment of these, the AI-infused learner and the AI-infused educator, we were fundamental in that development of those documents, from things down to the design to what that looks like in K-12 education. We have a lot of examples of how that's being integrated and paired with best practice in ways that isn't happening in other places. And so our team was crucial to these documents developments, and it's exciting to hear them talk about it. And so this evening, as you kind of share some of the updates and where we're at and the incredible things that we've done, just know that we are leading the way in how to do this with AI.
Thank you, Emma. And as we look forward, it's always good to look back and talk about, because to be in the place we are, I think it's important to understand where we've been, and that's what we want to start with. So let's go back in time to the year 2023, so long ago. When we look back at, as AI was something that was starting for everyone, and I think everyone kind of remembers the first experiences in hearing about this, is we considered, how do we want to move forward in Canyons? How do we want to move forward in education? We really took a different approach to a lot of other people. We wanted to consider looking at principles rather than like rigid policies, adhering to tools. And with that, we had the guidance document that we have called the View of AI. It really is principles-based, and it allows for discussion among different stakeholder groups. It specifically talks about conversations that we should have with students, families, leadership, and of course, educators. And really, because we took that principle-based approach, which was very different than what other people were doing at the time, it's allowed for growth and flexibility. As the technology's changed, as the tools, as the abilities have changed, we've been able to change with it. We've been able to adapt. And that's been really forward-thinking. And in fact, we've shared this, I don't know, like hundreds of times around different state and national conversations. And it's been a model because people started with like, do we ban it or not? Or do we adopt this tool or not? Rather than thinking about something that would be more enduring. The VIEW is an acronym that stands for the value of understanding. So really understanding what AI is, how it works, that sort of thing. Being able to implement it with safety so that we have that confidence. Using it for educational learning, and then having it for world preparation, because we know that for our students especially, but even for our education staff, this is a world that they're going into, and so we need to know how that works. As we were starting with this initially, we had to start with some foundational training and things. And our first AI professional development course we had over 100 people sign up for it. Anyone from Dr. McKay to like some of our some ESP support staff. So we had a lot of interest. And then it took some time. We had to really develop some resources so that teachers knew what to do, how to work with it, what conversations to have with their students. And then, of course, like we see with Ryan here, making sure we involved other departments, other perspectives, because this was a change that was affecting not just instruction and teachers, but this was affecting everyone. And we need to know how to do that and do that for all parts of our system. As we were doing that, we quickly recognized that there were many tools out there, but to be able to do this safely, we really needed to find something that was educationally focused. So as we did that, we looked around at different education-focused AI tools, and one that we looked at possibly adopting was Magic School. And we chose that for several reasons. One, they were great on data privacy protections. They understood the needs of how students and teachers and the sensitivity of that data. It had a lot of robustness and a lot of teacher directedness and control. So it's not something you have to actually do something and give a code to be engaged with. It's not something that students passively going to be engaging in. And it also was designed for education. So I like to say that parts of the program are think ChatGPT, but it's trained to think like a teacher. And it allows for redirection, for moderation of content, for unsafe or harmful things. So it really checks a lot of the boxes of the things that you would want to, we would want to see in our, in working with students. You see that we had a timeline, we had a pilot process to kind of see if this is a tool that would work long-term. We did launch that pilot last year. We picked a feeder system, and we had a school at each level that did a pilot. And you can kind of see the statistics that they saw it as something that they would use in part of their workflow. So then thank you, board, who purchased the subscription, and we've adopted it, and we've done on-site locations training with our schools. We've done about 2/3 of the elementaries and most of our secondary schools. And that's been well received because, one, we've gone to them, but also we've talked about not just what it is, but like, how can I use it in my role, and how can I possibly use it with my students? We've had the opportunity to do co-teaching in our secondary schools at the early out times. We've had all or almost all of our content areas have requested, and we've done additional training on how they can use AI to help in English and giving feedback that students need, or to help design a social studies lesson, or all those sort of things, so that it really works well. It can work well for what I'm doing and what's applicable to me and my job, and also what my students need. And so we can work on that personalization of learning. And that's kind of led us to where we are right now.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about where we are right now, which is super exciting. So with Magic School Educator, these two graphs you're looking at is our AI usage. So first I want to explain what a generation is. So that's what we're looking at here is generations. So I'm just going to read this, it's easier. A generation is the output produced by the AI system in response to a user's input. So that's what this is measuring. So when we talk about where we were in our pilot in 2024, if you look at August, September, October, and then that's halfway through November, like November 17th, 3,000, 4,700, 4,528. Now we look at that exact same time in 2025, and our usage has tripled. Those generations have tripled. So that's amazing. That's not just a little bit of growth, that's a lot of bit of growth. So that's really exciting. How did we get here? Again, like Jonathan mentioned, the Magic on Location trainings, the Elevated Teaching Summit that happens every year was a big focus. Specific use cases with educators as well as another way that we saw this increase. We're going to look at another graph here, but just so you guys know how we compare to other districts, when we met with Magic AI last month, Magic School AI, our usage is double that of even other school districts nationally, of districts of the same size. So we are definitely ahead as far as where we are with our adoption and implementation of this. This here, when it says staff users by month, I just want to point out that this is educational staff. So this is teachers, instructional staff, and other specialists like that. This is not generally SPA staff. So this is within Magic School AI. So if you look at our usage month to month, we are right under 800 users per month that are actively using Magic School AI. To compare that with Nearpod, which is another educational tool, the average is there about 258. So Nearpod probably used to be on the top of that list, and now it's kind of flipped, and Magic School AI is leading out. So just something to compare that to. And I believe, Scott, you're up.
All right, I get to do the fun part and talk about how teachers are using it. Before I begin, though, I'd just like to thank the sidewalks for keeping me off the streets. Okay, that's what we got. So
So when we met with our Magic School rep, she had pointed out some of the things that our teachers were doing, which actually align with our strategic plan. And it's pretty amazing to see sort of how they're able to use these ready-made tools for, to increase productivity, to basically be efficient with their time, which we all know is ridiculously limited, and also, to be able to meet their students' needs in a personalized way. So here's an example right here. Madeline Chilcutt over at Midvale Middle. She was doing she's teaching English, and she used a tool on Magic School called Make It Relevant, with one of her students who was really excited about soccer and art. And it basically was able to combine and tailor the lesson plan or that activity for that student almost immediately for Madeline's student. And as a result, the student's engagement skyrocketed where he had been tuned out before that. Do I click it? Yeah. Another example with the strategic plan would be with access and opportunity. And this one goes into UDL as well, Universal Design for Learning, which is really tied into our state's personalized competency-based learning as well. But Adina Grant basically used a choice board, which allowed for her students to choose the path with which they would do the learning for the day and demonstrate their understanding, which again personalized it for her students. And she had nothing but good things to say about that. Moving away from, say, education or a classroom, we had Bailey Liberty, who is a school psychologist, and she was able to quickly go into Magic School and take a lesson that she had on students giving one another compliments, and basically very quickly adjust an SEL lesson plan and then tailor it specifically to what her students were needing to do. And that, again, ties into our human-centered support. So another example of just sort of how it's efficient, and they can get in there and the tools are already made, but they can immediately meet our students where they are. So stepping back out a little bit, where are we now? In Magic School, there's something called Enterprise, and what that means is we can make a chatbot that's district approved, that uses district resources, and that can support our teachers. So for example, these are 4 of the chatbots that we pushed out to the entire district. One of them is C-Test for Teachers. And so we've worked with Shonda over in Human Resources, and we basically took all the resources that we provide for our teachers, which are hundreds of pages of information on C-Test, and they can go in now and they can ask it questions, and it'll give them answers, say on a feedback sequence, but in a way that's aligned to the way that our district would say to do it or to be successful with it. So another support. This doesn't replace, it complements, in case you just had a quick question and you didn't need to talk to somebody like your coach or one of us as specialists. Another one we did with our emphasis on PLCs in English, we built one called Student Writing Trends, which basically takes the state RISE rubrics as well as our state annotated writing samples for our students, and it allows our teachers to quickly get data in English the way some of our peers have been able to, and we've always kind of been jealous of when they get to walk into a PLC with lots of numbers and we got to spend 2 weeks grading. But it allows us to get that data and questions to guide conversations in PLC so we can get a general trend of, hey, where are my students with regards to these standards? Here are my top 3 things. Here's what I can work on. It would allow me to group my students for the next day. It would help me build lesson plans for each of my different groups based on their strengths and their weaknesses. So lots of really powerful stuff. Scaffolding for multilingual learners dives into, WIDA levels, some of the QTEL trainings that we've done. You pop your lesson plan in there and it says, oh, here's something you could do to support your WIDA level 1 student, your WIDA level 2 student. Here's some things that you could put in. And they're all things that we've trained on in our district, so it's not just random and out there. And then the science writing CER, just pushed out a couple months ago, and our science teachers have embraced it and are loving going out there and having their kids write, which is something as an English teacher, we love seeing other teachers embrace writing as much as we do. Just to switch gears again as well, another thing that we have,
We built out a productivity guidelines. And so this is really where the View kind of launched a philosophy earlier. This is kind of launching a perspective on sort of safety and a perspective on which tools to use when, and when not to use AI, to be quite frank, because sometimes you don't need to use it. And so that goes into like misapplication and then application of it. So given that, thanks for letting me say my dad joke, and I'm going to walk away.
You're in good company for that.
It's after 9:30, so we'll try and make this last part brief, because we've talked about where we've been, where we are. We do want us to talk a little bit about where we're headed, because obviously we know this is emerging technology and we still have ways to go. We do have future plans for the View. We want to do things that increase our community outreach and help them, help our families understand like how this works and work with them as partners. Continue to now get more into how do we actually teach our students the skills and dispositions that they're going to need, because that's really going to be key to then help them and our teachers with personalizing that educational learning and then getting them ready for the world preparation. So some of the future of how this looks like, we do have the knowledge, skills, and dispositions that we have from the state in the AI-infused learner and AI-infused educator, and how do we distill that, make that part of what our students are learning. How do we vertically align that? We already have plans to, we're working with Brain Boosters in library for elementary. In middle school, we're looking at including this in what we're doing with digital literacy, having more intentional connections in high school. I know the student council group talked about that they wanted to see their teachers use it more. We're hoping to work with, again, like we talked about in the different content areas. That would come with these literacy lessons. We're hoping in the development of possible standalone courses in high school. And I know that this is part of what Sreed's talked about with the Innovation Center, of having a program for people that really want to explore AI and kind of launch something from there. And those are the directions that we're really hoping to go forward with in the future.
So one other thing, talking about what we're moving towards, where we're going, just to bring you guys up to speed, in September, we purchased an upgraded license to our Google Workspace for Education, which includes access to an enhanced version of Google Gemini that focuses on data privacy and enterprise-grade data protection. So the nice thing about that versus other open AI models such as Copilot, OpenAI, ChatGPT, all these things, is that's in our contained environment that we already have. So it was an upgrade to our current licensing, and it's something that we now have since September. One of our next steps is to add a focus on AI staff literacy for the business side of the district. We've talked a lot about educators. One of the other sides that we want to start talking about is the business side of the district, and how can we help payroll? How can we help HR? How can we help custodians? How can we even help IT? We need help with AI too. We're not the all-knowing, everything. We need help to use it for our jobs as well. So we're in the very early stages of planning this and what that's going to look like and what this initiative might be, but it is one of the other pieces that we want to focus on. We're also going to build guidelines, like Jonathan talked about, for AI note-taking platforms, along with ESP AI staff use and use cases and training. How do I use AI? Why do I use AI? Sorry, it's late, so it's a lot of word salad here. I apologize. Another thing to note is that AI is now folded into most of our Elevated 8 platforms and softwares. That's part of our core district systems. So almost everything now has an AI component integrated in. So regardless of whether we want it to be there, it's there. Like even for a tool like Land School that's used for classroom kind of management, watching your classroom screens, now there's an AI component. And what does that mean? And how do we leverage that? And how do we help teachers be more effective in the classroom now that AI wants to be part of Land School as well? So it's kind of all over the place. And last, but certainly not least, again, this has been mentioned before, IT and CT are working right now on a hardware lab configuration that is for an AI lab that's going to be piloted in the spring at CTEC. So that's something that's coming really fast, and I think we've got the bid done, and we're just getting ready to make that purchase, and we'll receive that hardware, and then we've got to do some configuration to get that ready. So there's a lot of stuff happening even right now, and where we're going that's not happening slow, it's happening fast. So I'm going to let Emma finish out.
So just to finish out, just know that these processes are guided by research. Right now, because AI is new, we don't have what best practice looks like with AI. And we have what we call promising best practice. And a lot of what we do is stay up to date on the research that's available.
These are some of the sources we're going to. Stanford has an AI hub for education where they collect research studies that we follow very regularly. I am the research nerd that reads that every morning. And then we have plans from ISTE, which is our International Society for Technology Education, as well as researchers like Ethan Mollick that we are constantly, that is what I do usually first thing when I come in, is reading that and trying to figure out how we're applying that to our K-12 education space. And so I'm grateful to provide a opportunity and to speak to you this evening, as well as to work with this incredible team that you've heard from. But what questions can we answer for you? So thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. This is super exciting for us to hear all about this. And I think Mr. Edel raised his hand.
Yes, please.
It might be surprising for some of the people up here to know I love AI, and so I know it's late, and despite some of my facial expressions, I've actually been super interested in. I'm really impressed. I think it's really great what we're doing. For the Gemini, is that rolling out to just staff, or is that students as well?
That's a great question. So Google for Education made that a core service tool, meaning that they allow student use. Right now that's approved for 13 plus access to Gemini. Part of the reason though that we have Magic School there is because it's more teacher controlled. And so for students versus staff, we're having them go towards Magic School because the teacher can design those lessons, select those tools, but it is available for our students that are 13 and older. Yes, please, Ryan.
Just as a data point to that, we've now been able to look at some of our usage to see what that looks like as far as our middle and high schools go, and our usage with Gemini, with students, is very, very low. Like, I think average 200 generations a day, which is very low, and that's good because we've tried to help. They've seen Magic AI, and that's all built into their curriculum, but it is there available to them. And then again, the nice thing is that's in our environment. It's already got those kind of walls around it. That version of Gemini, if they're using their CSD Docs account, is only based on our environment. So it's not an open AI, it's kind of more closed.
It's closed, and we've tested safety precautions. I know Ryan personally in our meeting has tested things, and it will flag it and redirect and not respond to things that are inappropriate. And so it is set up in a similar way to be safe for education.
Nice. I love that you're now looking at rolling it out to other areas within the district. So I use it in all of my work all the time. And I feel like every month I find some new use that it can help me with. And I know that it's been very writing focused, but I mean, it really, when you look at data analysis, when you look at being able to aggregate information, when you look at, I need you to help me build an Excel sheet, or I need you to help me program something. I've used it in so many different ways. For my full-time job, I work for the Air National Guard, and the Department of War has recently been putting a new emphasis on full department-wide adoption of AI. And so I really appreciate the broader focus too that you're looking at with that. And since it's fitting, I just want to read just a couple of the best compliments that Gemini thought I should give for your presentation.
I'm so ready for this.
It said I should praise the human-centered philosophy, validate the literacy approach, applaud the traffic light system, and acknowledge the equity work. And it gave a lot more information on that, but I thought that was fitting for the presentation. So thank you for the work you're doing now and for the continued work.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lewis.
Hi, so you were mentioning some of the testing that you guys did for like some sort of like inappropriate responses. I've read some of the articles, I'm sure many of the people have, about some of the disturbing things that AI can spit back at students. Could we get some more specifics on the testing that you said you all did? Can it be emailed to us then, please? Could we receive it like in an email? Obviously not in
Yeah,
public
we
board
can
meeting.
send that to you. And I think for both systems, just for awareness on those, for Magic School, what happens on that end is that it'll actually flag any inappropriate content, and if it's repeated inappropriate content or things that are high risk, like suicidal ideation or violence or something like that, it'll actually stop and freeze the chat. So it won't allow them to keep interacting. And so in that space specifically,
we have tried use cases which we can email to you.
Yeah.
In all of those instances, but it is one of the reasons that we wanted to go with an education-specific tool. Because the teacher then has back-end access to everything the student has asked and can see that.
And it's pretty sensitive.
really sensitive.
Like, if you put in stupid, it will flag it as inappropriate for the teacher to review. We've had history teachers that have actually said, it kind of isn't helpful if we have an essay on war and it flags everything as violent.
Sure.
So it's pretty sensitive, but I think that's reassuring to know that you're not going to miss anything.
Yeah, it's very, and as far as Gemini goes, we will send you those. There were some very inappropriate things that were typed in, and it will do the same thing. It'll be like, that's not appropriate, coming back to where we're at, and works similarly with our filtering systems. So both of those have been through, it was a very interesting meeting that day, but have been through testing with that. So.
I really appreciate that. And the reason I bring that up was specifically, I wrote down my two reasons were suicidal ideation and violent ideation towards another student or the school in general. So I really appreciate that that's something that you guys are really keeping in mind. That's something that's really been concerning with this whole rise of AI and education in general. Thank you for that.
No problem.
Okay. Mrs. Dolly, then Mrs. Oaks.
So regarding this, it sounds like, Magic School AI has been well vetted. It's great for educational. As far as Gemini, does it have the same flagging and reporting system to teachers as Magic School AI? And if not, is there a way to turn it off if we're really trying to get them focused on Magic School AI and using that vetted education design tool?
So that's a really good question. So as far as Gemini goes, that's part of the reason that we've especially leaned towards Magic School is because of that vetting. Right now, the flagging that's happening, that is through IT monitoring. It doesn't give a report to the teachers. Google hasn't set up their systems in that way. One of the reasons that we looked at not blocking it and allowing it is because it still works within what we call a walled garden, still has those safety precautions, and it's something that our older students need access to in terms of industry standard. In using a larger open model, it's still a walled garden, but it has a little bit more power and productivity in terms of data analysis than Magic School is set up to do. And so because of that, we want to give our students opportunities and access to that. For example, we have right now in collaboration with CTEC, they're doing a project where they're working with teachers to develop data analysis tools with custom chatbots, and Gemini allows them to do that with those students, but they need access because of those industry precautions and things, and so we're looking at that space. I'm gonna actually let Ryan speak more towards the monitoring with Gemini as well on that one.
Sure. So being really new to this, we literally turned it on in September. We met with Google earlier today, actually. And that's one of the things we brought up is we need on our side more training, like for our systems team and for our administrators who are over that system. Now that we've got the system in place, that they're going to give us some training to keep an eye on that. There's a lot of integrations with Google Classroom, which is not something that's used a lot in our secondary schools. It's used way more in our elementary schools. So that's where I think that would come into play more, where that flagging would be, but it is definitely something that's on our mind and that we're going to dig into more, and we're going to ask Google for more training on it because it's still fairly new to us.
So is it actually blocked though for anybody under the age of 13?
Yeah, if they go on their Chromebook and they try to go to Gemini, I actually tested this last week with a random elementary account, and it said no. And even if they tried to do like Nano Banana and tried to create an image and kind of go around, but use something that was part of Gemini, it still says no. So as long as they're on one of our devices and they're managed correctly, it won't let them unless they're above 13.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Oaks.
Fascinating discussion, and I'm really grateful we had you come and present, so thank you. I've learned a lot about AI over the last several months, and it's both scary and exciting all at the same time. And so this was really helpful for me to understand where we've been. I'm much more comfortable after hearing some of what you guys are doing. Knowing that you have been part of the human-centered movement with AI and safety is enormously reassuring to me, and every parent in this district should be really grateful. I just want, so I have a number of questions and thoughts. One is, and you addressed it, that our Student Advisory Council students
brought up the fact that they want to be better trained and they want to learn more and they want their teachers to learn more and not be afraid of it. So clearly, we do have a lot of teachers who are engaging in it, but we have a lot of gaps. What's the plan on how to address that? Because the students, I mean, in all fairness, what they said was, whether you're teaching us to use AI or you're not, we're using it anyway. And we're probably using it in ways that aren't the best because we're not being trained. And so we want to understand this and we want our teachers to understand it. So I'm curious what your response is with that about a game plan moving forward.
Let me talk first about students and learning. Jonathan mentioned it as part of the presentation, but what we're looking at is developing a K-12 alignment and integration points. And so what that looks like in K-6 is there's really great alignment for that knowledge base in the AI-infused learner that aligns with our brain boosters with the media standards, library media standards for the state. Those lessons will go into place in collaboration with that team in the fall. So it's not like forever out, we move quick. Because we have to in some cases, but providing that knowledge base aligned with the portrait of an infused learner. And then in terms of where we're looking at in the middle school and integrations, there's some touch points inside of the digital literacy standards that have artificial intelligence that are already in there. And so looking at building into that, we're doing a transition year right now where that's coming down to 6th grade and 8th grade next year. So it gives us a really great entry point that all of our middle school will have access to that. I'm meeting with the development teacher team the first week in January. In addition to that, we have collaborations where we've been working with our digital citizenship team up in ISD to create not only full lessons aligned with our common sense district standards that we partner with, but also mini lesson chunks in terms of integration that a teacher could be like, if I want to teach about AI integrated into my subject, here is a 5-minute lesson chunk that I could plug in so it doesn't disrupt the timing of that. In addition, our team has been working with that consultancy group that Jonathan mentioned. That is a cross-departmental team with our special education department. We have a member of IT. We have someone from our coaching team, but have some guides that we're developing that show what examples can look like in a curriculum in terms of, I know JP who's not here tonight, but one for arts specifically, of like, what does this look like? How can you integrate? Here's integration points. So those are also in development. They'll be paired with our VIEW guidebook. Hopefully next fall is the plan to have all of those pieces. As far as helping support teachers, right now we've been at almost every school. 2/3 of our elementary schools, and we have 1 middle school to go that we have scheduled in February. So we've been in most of those areas with the staff. We've been in almost every content area. We are anticipating that what will happen is what was happening at Jordan High right now, for example. We were there in the beginning of 2024, and we have been continually invited back. So we're actually doing a lunch and learn series with them of application. We had 35 teachers, 40 teachers there at their last lunch and learn. It was not just for the food. They were really excited. They were working on presentation generations for their specific subjects, and we challenged them to like email us, and I think I've had almost 27 emails. To see those integration pieces. So that's what we're anticipating. Our biggest challenge, honestly, is that there's only 5 of us, and we're trying to figure out how to do that with staff. But I think for that piece specifically, that's how we're planning on working with students, continuing to coming back for teachers. We also offer asynchronous courses that we have them engage with. And
I think it's worth pointing out that when we talked about some of the foundational things, we've trained cabinet, our administrators, our district leadership, our instructional coaches, every academic department, you know, and we've had the conversations with HR. Like we've had a chance to talk to everyone a little bit at certain points, and we anticipate that will continue to happen.
I think the other thing that happens, as Jonathan mentioned, is that when we've trained our instructional coaches, they hold their own professional learning opportunities and then work with their staffs to be able to do that as well. So
part of that model is continuing to give resources so that they continue to do support. Did that help answer your question? That's a lot of moving pieces.
No, it does. It helps answer my question a lot. And I'm just thinking out loud, and maybe this is a terrible idea, but with how much this is emerging as a critical piece of a kid's education, and being able to understand how to navigate it in an appropriate way, it's becoming the next form of literacy. I mean, when we talk about like modern math really needs to focus on data science, modern writing also has to have in large measure a capacity with regard to AI and being able to understand how to navigate it. I feel the same way about research. And so there's a part of me that thinks, and I don't know if this is something that we need to discuss in high quality learning, how do we embed it, and you've kind of mentioned this, how do we embed it from the, when is the appropriate age to introduce it? How do we embed it early on and that it builds properly? And also, how do we require it? I know that sounds really harsh, but it's getting to this place where I'm like, in the 1980s or 90s, if as a teacher you refused to learn how to use a computer, it was going to hold you back. This is the modern version of computation, right? Of computer and technology. And I feel like it's critically important that our teachers understand that, in part because it also helps them recognize when their students are not using it appropriately, whether that's with cheating or whatnot. So that's another question is, are they getting training about how to recognize cheating that has been facilitated through AI? And is there a larger discussion being had by teachers and staff about how to be able to shore up against that threat? Because it's not, for me, like as a board member, I'm less threatened about kids getting a grade that they shouldn't have had. I'm way more concerned about them losing the capacity to critically think.
I think it's a very valid thing, and to be quite honest, the back of my computer screen says that we have to preserve creativity and agency in the world of AI. Like, that is where I stand. And in that process, I think what it comes down to is helping our teachers understand what this is and how that works. And that's part of the ways that we were fundamentally different. We didn't just start with, here's a tool. We said, this is what AI is, this is how it works, these are things that you can do with it, these are things your students are doing with it. And then tried to provide those guidelines for them. We mentioned the stoplight that we showed here, but helping students understand why we were asking them not to use AI on assignment and when it might be appropriate to use AI on an assignment. And having our teachers be transparent with students as well as to, this is how I'm using AI. I know a lot of the conversations in the training that we've done is to address, like, how do you defining that line for students and helping them understand the why behind it. For example, a skills-based lesson, you have to be able to have some basic skills to be able to evaluate what's coming out of AI. And so this is a skill, so I need you to not use AI. But this piece is more of a creative analysis. So I need you to use AI here, and this is how I'd like you to use it. Actually, it's almost 10. I was at Union this morning at 7:15 meeting with a teacher who's using it to do her students to use the CER method, so they're writing in science. And she has it set up with her chatbot that's customized with her rubric to be able to say, what did you write first, and has them put that in. Now go into the AI, have it give you feedback, adjust. Now what did you write now? Okay, now why did you make those adjustments? And has them go through that process. And so what we're seeing teachers do is apply it in a way that they can see the process of learning and not just the product. That is a shift in education, and I think that's going to take time. But the best way that we've seen to work with teachers is by, one, providing them an entry point that this is something that's different and new and is changing education. It's part of the reason we went with Magic School, is because it provided them an entry point, but then providing those examples so that they can see and understand. And Jonathan has something to add as well.
And just a direct answer to your question, so annually there's a digital citizenship presentation that are supposed to be given to staff. And this year it was focused on AI and helping teachers, how do I put this in curriculum? How do I define the lines of how they can and can't use it? So literally this was the focus of what we did. So we have been training on that, absolutely.
Well, I will say I love the fact that they can go back and see the input or the searches, because there is something to be said that if you can actually follow the map
you are, in a way that teachers have never been able to have access to before, they can actually see the process of a student's thinking and actually come back and say, now, why did you choose this question? And perhaps could you have thought of this question instead? You know what I mean? Like, if you can actually get down to that and it's written out for you and used effectively, it can be a dynamite tool. I mean, I have a child that he's one of my most creative kids. He uses AI like a ninja. It's unbelievable. Like some of the stuff he tells me, I was like, how did you think of that? He's like, how did you not think of that? I mean, it's the kind of information that he kicks out from it, it blows my mind. And that's a creativity thing, right? And to your point, so and some of the examples that you had up here, like I love the fact that teachers can actually create a lesson plan at a specific lexile level, right? And a reading for, this kid needs this lexile, help me do that. I mean, that's unbelievable, right? But I did have a question about the numbers, the 1387 of educational staff. Is that just educators that are using it for their own purposes, or are they using that in their classrooms, for their other students using it, is what I'm saying? Does it actually represent a larger number of use?
Yes. So that number is the number of, so let me clarify. The number on that slide is the number of staff members, of educational staff that are using it. We do have a larger number of student access that is using it. That data is linked from the Magic School report, but it wasn't on a slide. I could pull up the exact number of that. Do you know that number off the top of your head?
I do know. I have no idea, but it's a lot. I do know that when we met with the company, we are constantly used as the model for like getting students to actually use the tool because they said like, you guys blow away any numbers we have of any other districts. They're like, they actually ask us like, how do you do that? So I think what we're doing is we tried to teach the principals, so the teachers saw the value of engaging their students in certain ways. So yes, I mean, we're talking in student generations, we're talking in the hundreds of thousands.
Could we get some data on that?
Yeah,
I would like to see how many students in the elementary, elementary, middle, and high school, and I'd even love to see it actually ferreted out by schools or feeder systems, you know what I mean?
So so this is where it's linked. The one problem we've had is because of the way our system's been set up, this is teacher generations, this isn't student generations. The way our system's been set up, we don't have clean data. I would love to push a button and do that, but we last week, actually just changed like our CSD docs versus Canyons District versus lots of other systems that we don't want to hear about at 10 o'clock at night, to be able to like cleanly say who's using what, at what school, that sort of thing. Because if you look right now, it says, it has some schools identified, and then it has this whole category of like unknown. Like, well, that was helpful.
As far as where that student data is linked, so there's a little link icon. Anywhere you see those in the slides, we've linked the documents that give the background. Yeah, so if you click on that, it will give you the full mid-report of Magic School that has our student data and information. So yeah, anywhere you see that in the slides, we've linked more information for you to give you background if you'd like that. We can also.
And I'm seeing it's over 50,000. So is this like per search? I mean, like that's more than we have students.
For what you're seeing here or there?
Like on the link.
So that's the number of generations. Again, so like they ask a question, they get a response back. It can be the same student asking that.
So we don't have a way to know individually by students which ones are actively using an account for a Magic School.
So
Currently, no, going forward, we should.
yes, that's part of the reason we did a data migration this last week, which has been
okay, so
exciting.
Katie has it pulled up next to me, and it looks like in high school we only have 394. That's barely, no, it's not true.
That's what I was saying, the data.
It's not, okay.
Yeah, it's not accurate.
We can get you more numbers once we pull that after the migration.
In its disaggregation.
Yes.
Okay.
The number of generations, but not the way
But
it's
it's not disaggregating correctly.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm really curious about how much your students are using it. and what kind of gap there is to be able to effectively teach them how to use it and get them there. Because when our student advisory council, who, you know, by the way, they're like some of our brightest kids, right? And when they're saying, we're not really getting this very much in the classroom, that to me is a red flag, right? And so we got to figure this piece out. Again, going back to the discussion about how to effectively use it for education, I'd love for us to have a wider conversation. Again, maybe this is in high quality learning, about how does AI fit in the portrait of a Canyon Scholar? And especially when we're talking about professional skills and developments. Like, I mean, one of the things I've said to students is, how many of you are doing oral presentations or testing, right? You can't fake AI when you're standing up there in front of the classroom. Like, so, and actually, by the way, that's a professional skill that our industry partners are saying that our students are severely lacking in. So I think that this is something that can inform the larger picture of what kind of student we want to have coming out. And then, sorry, just two more things. With regard to the flagging piece, I'm actually really happy to hear that about Gemini. I'll be honest, I don't trust Google. Like, they make me nervous in a whole lot of different areas. But I'm glad to hear that there's a flagging piece with the educational stuff. The next time you talk to them, can you please ask them if they can do that with Google Classroom?
I will ask.
Because that's been an enormous problem. Like, and when we had all of the issues come up about Chromebooks and safety, like, Google Classroom is a major offender. Just please put the AI capacity in Google Classroom. Like, I'm just saying. And then the other thing is there any AI capacity with flagging in Canvas? Like, do we know whether or not Canvas is moving that direction at all, or no?
I don't know about moderation. I know that the Canvas is looking at integrating AI features for teachers. Like, they could generate a rubric inside of Canvas. We looked at that last week. But as far as student generation capabilities, I have not seen anything from them on that end. So,
if it ever comes up, I would be very interested, because clearly the technology exists.
yes.
Right?
We also meet with Canvas almost monthly with
Yes.
CSM, so that is something to bring up.
Yeah, tell them what Magic School is doing, right? And tell them what Gemini is doing. I mean, there's no reason anymore. I honestly, I feel for parents, and I've had kids who've done this, where they get on and they think that they're fooling the teacher, and they're talking to other students, and sometimes inappropriate stuff happens in those spaces. And it's not the teacher's fault. They're not aware that that's going on. It's easy for it to happen under their nose. Let's shore up a way and figure it out. I mean, if AI can do any good, that's one area that would be phenomenal.
We can absolutely pass that on for sure.
Yeah, anyway, just for what it's worth. So you guys, thank you. Thank you so much for coming and doing this. Like, I had no idea all of the goodness that was going underneath our noses this whole time. So we really appreciate it.
Thank you for the opportunity to present. We're glad to be here. So.
Okay, I just want to pass on my own thanks. Like, this was amazing, and I know that we've known all along, the board, that our district was doing stuff with AI, but we actually did not know exactly what. So we've been wanting this report for like a long time. So anyway, thank you for staying here. Thank you for being here on December 16th at 10 o'clock. So I'm really sorry, but it was amazing, and thank you so much for all your work. You guys are doing amazing things. So. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, I think the next thing on the agenda is Superintendent and Business Administrator report. I'll turn the time over to Superintendent Robbins.
Yeah, real quick, just thanks again to our AI team, and just reiterate, thinking about being principle-based, growth mindset, creativity, agency. I'm so glad in 22, 23, when we had early conversations about, do we go the pathway of compliance and something that's more rigid, or do we embrace it? And really glad that that's the direction we went. So appreciate all their work. And just to recognize, not to beat the football theme to death, but Coach Eric Kerr from Corner Canyon accepted the head coaching position at Weber State University today. So we're super proud and happy for him. We're devastated that we're losing, maybe the most legendary Utah high school coach in the history of our state, but really happy for him and his family and that opportunity. It's those of us in the football world know how rare it rarely happens that a high school coach would jump to a Division I head coaching position, if ever. I mean, you're talking about probably less than 10 in the history of college football have made that jump. So that's a tribute to Coach Kerr and the staff, and just happy for him and the program and the school, and wish him all the best.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilcox, for the business administrator report.
Yeah, thank you, President Schill. Yeah, I just want to echo congratulations to Coach Kerr. I just read an article that's roughly 10 since 1980 who have made that, high school coaches who have gone to Division I coachings across the nation. So that's a just tribute to him. Thank you for all the impact he's had on our Corner Canyon students. Also just want to, you know, not to beat the sports thing, but earlier today I went to my boys on a swim team. I went to a swim meet, a district-wide swim meet, so I had all 5 of our high schools there, probably 60 kids from each of our high schools, 300 in total. Just so much fun to watch our kids compete. The coaches made them be off their phones when they weren't swimming so they could cheer on their teammates, so that was really neat to see, and just really appreciate all our coaches who really support these kids at this time in their lives. So that's all I have for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll now go to board reports, but I'm just going to ask the board if they could be really short, because if we each take 3 minutes, that's 20 more minutes, and we're here till 10:30. So please be very short in your remarks. Thank you. We'll start with Katie.
I just want to say happy holidays and thank you to our teachers and our staff for all that they do. And we are open to feedback on this boundary study. So please reach out with this new proposal. We want to hear from you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Oaks.
I do have a few things, so I'll try and go fast. Ditto on Coach Kerr. That's item 1. Item 2, I went to the DPMS and Corner Canyon Orchestra and Band concerts. Amazing. And I want to commend the teachers, the music teachers in those 2 programs who are doing a lot of vertical alignment, working together with the kids and helping build them. The kids at DPMS, they did not sound like middle school students. They sounded like they were in high school. It was incredible. Second, I went to Dancing with the Hawks at Alta. And oh my goodness, you guys, hands down, the most fun high school event I have ever been to. It was better than musicals. I mean, the Alta Performing Arts Center is big. There was not an empty seat. Everyone was electrified. They had electronic voting. They had like legit professional judges. I couldn't believe the costumes and the quality of dancing. It was amazing. You gotta go. Yeah, it makes me want to have a do-over at the high school, and I want to do ballroom dance next time. It was so great. Okay, and then last, I had the chance to go to visit iHub with Katie and Reed on Monday. iHub is an entrepreneurship incubator location down in Provo that is there to essentially help student startup businesses. It's incredible. They told us that 80% of new businesses fail, and they are zeroed in and focused on flipping that number to where only 20% and 80%, 20% fail and 80% succeed. Learning about their program, how they've structured it, both with funding and support, was incredibly inspiring, and the kind of businesses that are coming out of there are unbelievable. They've only been set up for 1.5 years, and there is so much demand that there are other schools approaching them to create a high school with a similar focus, and they were really excited and jazzed about the fact that that is going to be one of our focuses out of the Innovation Center. Great things coming, and we got some really helpful information from them. So I'm really excited about where the Innovation Center is going. It's going to benefit all of the kids in the district.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Edel.
Good night.
Oh my, that may be the shortest in history. Okay, Mr. Lewis.
All right, I have just 3 points. Last night, I went to one of the Midvale cafes. It was our second one. We had a presentation done by United Way. They shared their app called 211 that connects you to nearly any resource that you could ever need, housing, food, transportation, even you can get resources to the school district. It was a great resource. My second point,
I just want to congratulate my good friend John Arthur for being sworn in to represent our district in the state legislature. Last November, Conwood Heights elected Galen Benyon, their current representative, to be their mayor, and now John Arthur has been selected to replace her. He'll be a great advocate for our entire school district on the Hill. And my last point, enjoy winter break.
Okay, thank you. All I'm going to say is that we want to plan a board roundtable, so I am going to send out a text and see if, because we want to plan it, if possible, on a night other than board meeting, just so we can have a long discussion. So I was actually thinking about having it the Tuesday in between our next two board meetings in January. So that would be the 16th. Oh, sorry, sorry, on the wrong calendar. Yes, the 13th, thank you. So January 13th, maybe everyone look at your calendar, see if that would work. A Tuesday, because I do think it's best to have a Tuesday because we're kind of used to that. So everyone look at your calendar, maybe just text me yes or no. And I just want to say thank you to all our staff. Thank you for everyone for being here. Wake up people on the side, and I will now call this meeting to a close. Thank you.